Centuries in international 2020 cricket are a rarity. Virat Kohli has never scored one, nor has AB de Villiers or Jos Buttler, and Kevin Pietersen never will. But today, the England captain reaches a significant milestone. 100 caps, although he only wears 2 at a time, for Captain Morgan, a World T20 winner, a T20 pioneer, and a captain who demands and gets his best team, and he gets the best out of them. Nobody will care less about this personal milestone than Morgan himself. The series is on the line, 1-1 with 3 to play, and today will England face their kryptonite, red soil. Does a slow spinning track await? Although India are without a superpower of their own. No home support for the remainder of the series. But don't worry, Alex Tudor and Steve Harmison will more than make up for the lack of noise. Alongside them, myself, John Norman, commentators Guy Swindles, Andrew McKenna, analyst Jarrod Kimber, and scorer Gary Morgan. Welcome to live, exclusive and award-winning ball-by-ball coverage on TalkSport 2 of the third T20 between India and England. Well, good afternoon all, and good afternoon to my co-hosts and co-commentators today, and to you listening on the TalkSport network. Alex Tudor, Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison will be with me for the hour build-up to this, the third T20, and polar opposite performances really. Steve Harmison, a big win for England on match day 1, a big win for India on match day 2, and really on Friday showed that you can win things with kids.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a fascinating 2 games. Toss has played a huge part in both results, I think, because I think the surface that they played on had a little bit in it for the first 4 or 5 overs. And chasing, as we know, is a massive advantage in T20 cricket. Be interesting to see, you mentioned red soil, what the England team will be. I imagine Moeen Ali's going to come in, probably at the expense of Tom Curran. But again, you just don't know with Eoin Morgan. He could spring a surprise. He has sprung a surprise in a couple of games that we've had, and we have to applaud what Eoin Morgan has done. 100 2020 caps. That is a monumental achievement. That is a ridiculous achievement, because the amount of 2020s that were played when me and Tudes first sort of came into the game. When it came into the game in 2002, it was a hit and giggle. Nobody really took it seriously. Surrey were the first winners of the domestic T20, and what it's evolved in has been absolutely brilliant. And internationally, didn't play until 2005. 1 a year, possibly two a year. So to rack up 100, that's just a hats off material. Fantastic by the England captain.
Caps off material indeed. We will talk about Eoin Morgan in a little while, and a couple of the other members of the England side. England went ahead, of course, in the first T20. Dominant performance. Roles reversed for the second one. India bouncing back to level the series. This is how you heard it live and exclusively on TalkSport 2.
There's a big appeal for LBW. It's been given on the field.
Jos Buttler's turned around, he's walked off the field, and England are 1 for 1 after 3 balls.
And that ball has got up and underneath from Jason Roy, over the leg side. That's going all the way for 6.
Wow, what a shot, Jason Roy.
Hardik Pandya goes in, hammered back past him by Jason Roy in a flash. Oh, and Virat Kohli's given away an extra. Oh, you little ripper. Buzzers.
And he's broken his index finger in the process. It's like when Steve goes to his Britney Spears concerts. The cameras are out everywhere. It's just awash with people. It's incredible.
Jason Roy, for the second time in 2 T20s, has got himself out with a 50, really in his sights.
Oops, I did it again.
It's hit straight up in the air this time by Bairstow. Now there should be a catch taken. And on the second attempt it is.
Here we go then, final ball of the innings. Shardwell is in, it's another cutter. Sam Curran stays deep in his crease, whacks it back over his head. So England post 164 for 6 from their 20 overs. Here he is, final ball of the first over. Sam Curran has got it across him, and it's just feathered the edge. Then 0 for 1.
Never mind the goose, he's out for a duck. It's a fantastic over.
And Chris Jordan is into the attack, and he's starting with the ball down the leg side. Josh Buttler can't take it cleanly. It's going to go away for 4.
You'd expect a keeper to catch that though. Look at the size of the gloves.
Yeah, he's got to catch
Massive.
Ishan Kishan, who has started brilliantly and has launched Curran long on Stokes in again, and this is heaved over for 6 more.
Wow, it's gone miles.
Rashid, a bit more air in this one. This has been played up in the air. It's a chance. Oh, and it's been dropped by all people. Ben Stokes. It was a sitter at mid-on. Adil Rashid in again. And it's pitched on leg side and it's been swung away, clearing the crowd. Kishan has one of the most entertaining 50s you'll ever see. And remember, this is his debut. Oh, and that's out pretty close, and it's out. He's been given Ishan Kishan.
Jordan around the wicket, slow wide. Pank's gone for this one, and he's gone up and over the boundary on this occasion. Same spot.
Wow, what a shot.
Jordan is in. Oh, Pank's flicked this into the leg side, miles up in the air. Can a fielder get around underneath it? Yes, they can, and Johnny Bairstow takes the catch. Now it's Virat Kohli coming down the pitch to Tom Curran, and he's put it all the way for 6, and it's a 6 that takes Virat Kohli to another T20 half century. He's now got 56 of them to his name. He goes to 53.
Chris Jordan then in again to Virat Kohli, and he's worked this deep into the crowd to win the game for India. It was short, it was down on the leg side, and Virat Kohli has finished with a 6.
That's how it played out in the second T20. England posting 164 for 6. Jason Roy top scoring for the second match in a row. But India really just made a mockery of that, despite losing a wicket in the first over. And a wicket maiden at that. 2 big drops in the field. You heard commentary of those, a big one with Virat Kohli being dropped on 10. He ended up 73 not out, and Kishan as well dropped badly by Ben Stokes when on 40. So 1-1 with 3 to play. Alex Tudor, Jared Kimber and Steve Harmison. Let's talk a little bit about Ben Stokes. It was a subject that we spoke about towards the end of the second T20, Harmy. I'll bring in Jared here as well. England haven't, as of yet, seen the best of Ben Stokes in international 2020 cricket in the way that they have in the Test arena and also in 50-over cricket. So how do they get the best out of him, I suppose, is the very simple question.
Do you want me to start with the question to you?
Yes.
Can you name all the players who've played 100 T20 internationals?
Not off my head, but Owen Morgan will be one of them today.
He's the 4th one. Shoaib Malik, Ross Taylor and Rohit Sharma is the other one. People don't play a lot of this cricket. So when we say England haven't seen the most of Ben Stokes, you're talking about he's played like a season's worth of cricket for England. That's it. He doesn't play a lot. And he doesn't fit in perfectly to this team. I think you saw with Rajasthan, they moved him up the order because it made a lot more sense for him to bat up the order for them. He can't do that with England. England's got 83 openers. Well, I'm pretty sure Harmy and Tudes are a chance of opening. Everyone can open in England for some reason at the moment, and finding middle order batters is a lot tougher, and Ben Stokes has never been particularly good at that. The other thing is that as good a bowler as he is, and he's obviously a very skillful bowler, where does he bowl? He's not very good with the new ball. He can't control it, so you can't bowl him really in the power play. Maybe the 5th or 6th over. They've been giving him the 7th over. I mean, that's where you bowl if you're Darren Sammy and you want to hide yourself. That's not a great place to be bowling. And we've seen how he's gone at the death. Again, he's not a brilliant death bowler. He doesn't have an ideal T20 role at the moment. And I think if he played 100 games of T20 over the next 3 years, he'd work it out because he's that good. But he just hasn't had a chance.
Tudes, is this something that England need to address, or do they just say, look, we've got in our numbers 1 through to 5 players that justify those positions, and essentially you just got to get on with it?
Yeah, listen, afternoon everyone, by the way. Just listen, I listened to Harmy the other day speaking about it, saying, look, we need to try and get him up the order. But who are you leaving him out? I mean, you've got Bairstow, you've got Roy, you've got Milan, and Milan keeps getting runs. And he's the T20 player in the world, so you can't leave him out. It's where do you play him? As Gerard just said, Rajasthan put him at the top of the order, and that made a huge difference to them. Ben got that 100 and whatever. I suppose you play him and you say, sort of just get on with it. I mean, the best use of him, yes, you would want him higher because you want your best players to have the most amount of balls. And I think he, with only 2 fielders out, would make the most of the power play. But we also got players already that do that. So it's quite difficult. And then with the ball, look, he's an impact bowler. As Giles said, he's not the best at the, with the new ball. He's not the best at the death. But he will still try it. He will still go hard. He wouldn't shy away from it. It's just we want to see more. We want to see Ben get those 50s, potential 100s. We want to see him get a fourfer. But I just don't know where he's best suited in a T20 game if he doesn't open.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, and as much as I want to see him bat higher up, I want to see him bat higher up because I want that for Ben Stokes. I think that's what Ben Stokes wants. He'll want individually. I look at the dynamics and the mentality of a cricket team, and Owen Morgan touched on it in his press conference. The way Ben Stokes is as a cricketer, from mentally and in the group, it suits the England cricket team that Ben Stokes bats at number 6 because there's no pressure on him. Ben Stokes plays no matter what, so Ben Stokes is in at that number 6. I can't think of too many players in World T20 who has nailed that number 5, number 6 spot other than possibly Karen Pollard. I can think maybe he's 1 or 2, but Karen Pollard's probably the biggest one that bats comfortably and knows his role at number 5 or number 6. And I think that's something that Ben's got to find. You want him to bat higher, but like Jude says, but if he fails at number 5, number 6, it doesn't really bother Ben. It doesn't mentally. He just goes out the next game, knows he's going to play, knows his role, and goes at it. It's to the detriment of Ben Stokes, but it's not to the detriment of the team. And I think that's what the England cricket team look at it. From a bowling point of view, Ben Stokes is scarred from Carlos Brathwaite hitting him for 4 sixes. Ben Stokes actually is a very good death bowler. I think he's a very good death bowler, and I still think he could do a role at the death for England. They've got Archer, they've got Wood, they've got Jordan, they've got Curran, Tom Curran to bowl at death. So there is a role for him there. I agree. I don't think he can bowl in the power play because his inability to bowl one side of the wicket. He likes to try and get wickets. So that's where Ben's at. Why he's in the role he's in is because it's the best role for the England cricket team. It's not the best role for Ben Stokes. It's the best role for the England cricket team because they're basically saying if we put somebody else in that role, the weight on their shoulders and the pressure that they're under and potential, if it doesn't go quite right, what that does to that person, that might scar them. It'll not scar Ben Stokes. He will pick his bat up, he'll go out and perform the next day, and he will do the same again. And I think that's why it suits Owen Morgan and Chris Silverwood to have Ben Stokes at number 6. Ideally, he'd want to bat higher, probably want to bowl in a better place, but I think this role suits Ben Stokes. That's why in the England cricket team he's not as effective as the 1, 2 and 3, and that's why Rajasthan have changed, because Rajasthan is a completely different entity altogether. That's why you've seen Rajasthan think, right, our eggs are in one basket when it comes to monetary terms. We've gone for the Ben Stokes. We have to play him where he is best suited. That's at number 3, and he bowls these 3-4 overs. That's why they've gone for Chris Morris. So that's what I think where Ben Stokes is. I still think he could bowl to death if need be, and he bats at number 6 because he has got the best mentality to bat in that role for England. No pressure on Ben Stokes. He's always going to play. And if he fails, well, he fails. But he'll come back the next day with a clear mind, see ball, hit ball. And I think that's why Owen Morgan likes him number 6.
The interesting thing about the number 6 position there, you say that Karen Pollard's the only person who's really nailed it, and that's not probably quite true, but he's the one who's
probably the most
best.
high profile that's done it.
Definitely.
Him and Hardik Pandya, I would say.
Yeah, and it's worth saying that Karen Pollard has played more T20 games, I think, than any other player in the world. Like, he knows that he knows when he turns up to a game, he might only face 7 balls. Right, Ben Stokes isn't there. My guess is, and I'd have to look this up, but my guess is that Karen Pollard's probably played more T20 games in the last 2.5 years than Stokes has in his entire career. And Pollard spends all of his time thinking about T20 cricket. It's only recently that West Indies have brought him back to, he might eventually play Test cricket for them at this stage, but he'll probably play one-day cricket for them and those sorts of things. Ben Stokes is trying to fit this in around all these other things. If you talk about the best role for England, the only thing I would say is that I still don't quite trust Dawid Malan is a great international T20 player. I know his numbers are incredible, but he's only made runs for England in the last 4 or 5 years. He hasn't made any runs domestically. That number 3 spot, I think, actually would be quite good for Stokes. But it's a big risk to take a guy who's not performing brilliantly and dump the guy who's making all your runs. And I think they won't do that. But that is where I would slot him in if it was me.
But the thing we were talking about before, Jared, me and Goffey had David Milan not playing and Joe Root playing at number 3 for the World T20, even though David Milan is number 1 in the world. Still think Joe Root's better at that role, and he brings a little bit with the ball. So
I don't even think they need that role.
Here is Pretorius once again. Morgan goes right outside off stump and swings it over square leg for 6 more. Didi runs away from us out of the crease again. Low full toss, hammered out towards DB Bigger for 6. Owen Morgan points his back to the change room, to the dugout, and he says, I'm not going to make a mess of this one, boys.
We want to be challenged. We want to be taken out of our comfort zone. If that means losing and learning the hard way, so be it.
In again, and this is reverse swept. What did I say? Brilliant from Owen Morgan.
You're listening to exclusive coverage of the third T20 between India and England in Ahmedabad here on TalkSport 2, and time to continue our look ahead to today's T20 with The Times.
England's Tour of India preview on TalkSport 2 with The Times and The Sunday Times, the best team of writers in cricket. Try it free for 1 month at thetimes.co.uk/cricket offer. Subscription auto-renews unless cancelled. Terms and conditions apply.
So the England captain Owen Morgan is set to play in his 100th T20 this afternoon, and the England spinner Adil Rashid has been speaking about his captain, discussing what makes him so special.
I think it's definitely just his presence as well, how he is as a leader. He keeps things very simple. He's very positive. But I think the biggest strength from his side is his emotions. He doesn't really show emotions in that sense of if things are not going well for a team or a bowler or a batsman. You will never see him down or wave his hands around, or on vice versa. If it's going really well and things are going so well, you won't see him really excited. So I think that level-headed, with him is a real big factor. So that's what it definitely stands out with him as a captain, as a leader. But I known him since 2009. We played together back in 2009 T20 World Cup. So I've known him since then a bit. But when I came back in, just for myself, he kept it very simple for me, which was very good. What my job in the team is, what we expect from you is just try to create chances. Simple as. But I think as time went on, more confidence grew. He had a confidence in me, and that relationship just grew and grew, and to a stage where, sometimes when a field is set, when you say arguments or disagreements in that sense, because I fully trust him in what he sets and what he says in that sense. So he's definitely got that presence. He's definitely got my backing in that sense as well.
Well, confidence is key, and an unflappability as well. You played under a guy that makes headlines for different reasons now. He makes his own headlines. But in 2005, you played under a guy that seemed pretty unflappable on the field and gave you a lot of confidence as well, Michael Vaughan. And at the end of his career, will Owen Morgan be held up alongside the Vaughans and the Mike Brearleys of this world?
Yeah, definitely. He has to be. He has to be. You talk about Vaughan, and you never knew if Vaughan he was in a good mood or a bad mood. Them glasses were on, and he was quite. His motions were all the same, which was a breath of fresh air, because Tudes is giggling because he knows where I'm going with this. The one just before that, we talked earlier off air in Australia, Nasser, who was brilliant for us as youngsters. Really disciplined, a lot of us. His emotion, you knew if you went for 4, you knew the dirt was getting kicked, the hat was going. So there were 2 different types that we were played for early in our career, and I think it was the time that went through. It helped, because as you got more experience and you got better, you start to think for yourself, you start to understand yourself and the game and what Test cricket or international cricket was. And I think that's what's evolved with this team. Adil Rashid says there, he played with Owen Morgan in 2009. This side now, they're all in their late 20s and 30s. They've all played a lot of cricket together, and they all know their game. So Owen Morgan just marshals them in a nice way, and he trusts, and that's the big thing. We hear a lot because of obviously what happens with Alex Hales. He trusts every individual to know their job at specific time in the game and knows that if the pressure's on, he backs them and he trusts them. And that, as a player, if you know your captain's got your back, I tell you what, that is worth the weight in gold.
And what about Owen Morgan, the batsman? Because it's not mentioned as much as it should be. It seems to have been different phases of his career. But you cannot. We talk about moving Ben Stokes up the order. You've got in number 5 or 6 in Owen Morgan, somebody in terms of run rate who's up there with the very best. There were a few murmurings, weren't there, off air, and in and around 2018, does Owen Morgan justify his place within the 50 over side as a batsman? Well, there's no murmurs now.
Not
in
now,
50
no.
over or 20 over.
Not now. I think there's probably been 2 passages of times in Owen Morgan's career. Probably when he first took over the captaincy, his batting wasn't at the level where you'd expect for the team that he's playing in. And then probably 17-18, you'd probably say the same, that he was having a real struggle with the bat. The one thing that Owen Morgan's got over Ben Stokes, Owen Morgan's predominantly batted number 4 or batted number 5. He's never had to go up the order. He's never really had to go down the order. He knows his game inside out. And in the last 18-20 months, he has been unbelievable for England with the bat. And that's one of the reasons why Ben Stokes can't get any higher. Because how can Ben Stokes tap his captain on the shoulder? He's every right to, because he's Ben Stokes, but say, come on Skip, I deserve to bat a little bit higher. Owen Morgan's reply has got to be, well, hold on, I'm batting at number 5, I want to bat higher, so if I can't get any higher, you're going to stay the same. So I think that dynamic works. You have to suck it a little bit for Ben Stokes, and I think that little dynamic of Owen Morgan, Stokes at 5 and 6, I think, as Jared mentioned, over the course of time, and that relationship goes, I think that's a good 5 and 6 for England.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third T20 between India and England here on Talk Sport 2. We're just about to find out who is going to win the toss. It's been a case of win the toss, win the match in the first 2 matches, but possibly Alex Tudor for this game, instead of winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, with the conditions being they are, a spinning track expected, is there a chance that actually batting first might be the option?
It might be, and I think I was on earlier on the breakfast show, sort of saying, listen, if you want to win a World Cup, in T20 World Cups in October, I said you can't be a one-trick pony. You have to. There's going to be situations where you're going to have to bat first and have a platform and give your bowlers the best opportunity, sort of get into 180, 190. You can't just put all your eggs in one basket and say we're just going to chase. Then it's just by a toss of a coin, isn't it? So if England bat first, it's for the likes of Jason Roy, Bairstow and likes and the Milan to go out in there, go big, get that sort of 80, 90, and then give England the best chance. But we'll wait and see what this wicket's going to be. I think everyone's sort of guessing because of what happened in the Test series.
Well, about this time you would have heard a roar of anticipation from the home crowd, hoping that they have journeyed to the stadium to see their team win the toss. Let's head over to Ahmedabad to find out exactly what has occurred. It does appear that England have won it. Let's hear from the captain, Owen Morgan.
Carty, again, the wicket looks good covering of grass, different soil, possibly short on one side, and a little bit more humid today. So, again, I think, given the way the series has panned out so far, I think whoever's played best has won the game. So it's a matter of bringing a collective performance in to play a really good game of cricket and get the win.
Many congratulations on your 100th T20 international as a captain.
Very kind of you. It's a special day, obviously, for me and my family. Delighted, the honour that I've been given, obviously, to lead the side, but the number of opportunities to do that and lead this special group of players.
Just a quick turnaround, as we mentioned the other day. What's your team news?
Yeah, we have one change. Mark Wood is fit, so he comes back in for Tom Curran.
Thanks for it, and have a great game.
Thanks. Good luck, mate.
Virat, happy to be batting first. It's like the tosses are going alternate ways right now.
Yeah, look, honestly, I would have chosen to bowl first as well. Having said that, as we spoke the other day, you have to embrace what you do even after you lose the toss, which, to be honest, we want to work on this aspect of our game as well, where we bat first and put big runs on the board and defend them against a quality batting lineup. So it's an exciting challenge for us today. Preferably, we would have bowled first as well.
No crowds. We've got accustomed to it for a few games. Does it make any difference to a team and international sides like you are very professional?
it's good that the series is poised in a way where we're 2-1 up, so England's going to come out hard. So we know that we have to be at the top of our game. Obviously, crowds are an added advantage and a boost playing at this level, because it adds so much more to the game and the environment and the emotion and passion of the game. But having said that, you have to be professional, and to come up against the top team in the world in this format, you have to be at the top of your game. And as I said, we have other things to focus on, which is batting first, putting runs on the board, defending it well against the quality side who's going to come hard at us. So we got our focuses right, and we have certain goals to achieve. So our focus will be here, whether there are people in the stadium or not.
And your team news?
We just got one change. Surya unfortunately has to make way. Rohit comes back in at the top of the order along with KL, and Ishan's going to bat at 3. So yeah, this is the change we made.
Thanks for your time, and Virat, have a great game.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's what we have from out here in
So one change apiece, and it's Owen Morgan who has won the toss. Jared Kimber, Alex Tudor and Steve Harmison alongside myself, John Norman, for the build-up for this third T20, 1-1 with 3 to play. I asked Tudes just before the toss whether England would actually think about batting first. They've opted to chase again. Jared, your thoughts on that?
I think they should have batted first every single game in this series.
Why? Because
everyone knows it's easier, especially in Asia, to bat second in these T20s. We know that. That's what's going to happen. When they turn up in the World Cup, chances are 50% of the time they're going to bat first and 50% of the time they're going to bat second. The other thing is already easier. They don't need extra practice with that because it's an easier thing. The thing that they need extra practice with is the harder skill, which is batting first in Asia under lights. And I think that realistically, that's what they should have tried to do. They should have tried to bat first. Even if they lost this series 3-2 or 4-1, even 5-0, it doesn't matter if they get proper practice for the World Cup. That is what this series should be about. It should be making sure that your team is ready for the World Cup, and I just think that is a missed opportunity for them.
It does somewhat fly in the face of what Owen Morgan said at the end of the second T20, and so far that he is embracing the challenge, embracing the differences in approach, embracing the fact that they're playing in Asia. And what Jared's saying does have it's a salient point, isn't it, Harmy?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think also they want to win the game, and they're playing on a different type of surface. So I think by doing by winning the toss and thinking this is the best way to win the game, they're also finding out on playing on a different surface. And there's also part of me thinks every time you have to speak, you have to say things for the sake of saying things. And I know Owen Morgan wants to say we are trying to do something different, we are trying to learn. At the end of the day, Owen Morgan's objective is to try and win the series, and he's got to think the best way to do that is by going 2-1 up here, and the best way of going 2-1 up here is to go the way he's gone, which is it feels as though the best thing for England is to chase.
What about if England do play India, Alex Tudor, in the World T20, and they've completed a 4-1 win, even if they have chased in every single one of them? Doesn't that also make a difference when they look at each other eye to eye before that match?
Yeah, of course it will. Winning breeds confidence. But I agree with Gerard. I just think sometimes chasing is generally what everyone wants to do, but you've got to try and test yourself if you bat first. You've got to bat first. You've got to post that total, put the pressure and the onus on your batters to get a score, then allow your bowlers to go about their business. I just don't think you can just say, right, if you win the toss, you're just going to chase all the time. There's going to be circumstances within a World Cup where you're going to need to bat first, and I feel it might be a missed opportunity if it is like what the captain's saying, is like, I want to try different things, I want to see different scenarios and stuff. I think that is a scenario that England could have tried, but it's the old adage of, listen, you just win that game that you're playing, and that's important.
But
also,
if you're going to do that, Tudes, John and Jared, if you're going to do that, then you're going to change your team, and you're going to say, well, we're going to try different things. I go back to what it always has been for me since I was 10-year-old. About winning cricket matches or winning games. You pick your best team to win, and you do it the best way you can. I'm all for giving other people a chance, but that's later on in the series for me. For this minute in time, England have gone 1-0 up. They've gone back to 1-1. Now England have got to throw that punch back, and I still believe the best way to do that is by winning. You can look to chop and change. You can look to try different scenarios, but not when the series is alive. Not for me.
Okay, well, the series is alive, and we should talk about that. But do we take from this lineup with Mark Wood coming back for Tom Curran that this could well be the 11 that takes to the field in that first game in the World T20? Is this the side? Are England really going to go to India in October, November and try and win the World T20 with one spinner? Remember, you could say they did the same thing in 2016, but they didn't because they had Joe Root in the side as well.
Me personally, I think you pick your best team, as in your best bowlers, regardless if you think it's going to turn. If your fast bowling options are your best options, then you do that. And I think, especially with Mark Wood the other day, I was blown away with the pace and the hostility that he brought to that side. And I just think, listen, if he's your best option, then you play him regardless if you feel it's going to turn or not. Because, you know, if you've got it, as I said, going around your nose hole at 90 plus miles an hour, don't care who you are, you don't fancy it. And it gives a skipper an option. If we go with one spinner, so be it. But if pace is what we have, that is our best option, then that's what you go for.
Jared, looking at the IPL, how many teams line up with just one spinner and a four pace attack?
None. I can't think of a single one that wouldn't have two spin options. Generally, you just want it to spin both ways. See, I understand what Chuj is saying, and I like that from the frontline bowlers, but I don't think that Moeen Ali's going up against Mark Wood in this side. He should be going up against Sam Curran, or that, you know, the 4/5th seamer in that particular situation. So for me, it doesn't make that much sense to be continually going with this. I'm not sure where they fit these sort of bowlers in. Some of Sam Curran's overs don't make a lot of sense to me. I think there's a lot of promise with Sam Curran, and I could be completely wrong with this. I think he's a fantastic cricketer. I'm not sure he's going to win them this World Cup.
I think what they're doing as well, I think they know what they're getting with Moeen Ali. I think they know what Moeen Ali brings to the table. I think when they go with Sam Curran, it's a little bit of, let's see what he's got about him. Yeah, let's see him in the international stage. We've seen him in the IPL. Give him some experience. But I agree. I think it is. It's Wood's a shoe-in because of the pace he's got on these sort of surfaces. And I think Ali and Sam Curran are probably playing for one spot. And when you look at it, South Africa, they didn't change the side at all in South Africa. They only played one spinner. So I can see that potentially saying the same. But there's a long way and a lot of cricket to be played before October. It's a different time of the year. They're playing in India during that World T20. The pitches might be a little bit more worn, so spin might come into it a little bit more. But at this minute in time, England are picking their best options. And for me, the best options are one spinner and pace in that power play to try and get wickets, to try and get that 3 wickets, which tells you 80% of the time, if you get 3 wickets in a power play, you win a match.
And very quickly, India have also made one change with Surya Kumar missing out after he didn't bat in that second T20. Rohit Sharma coming in. India have kind of gone the other way, haven't they? They seem to have changed. So they went in with 5 bowlers, 3 spinners in the first T20. Then they brought in 2 batsmen and they dropped a spinner. Now they've dropped a batsman, replaced him with an opening batsman, moved down Kishan from 1 to 3. I mean, that's a completely different way of doing things again.
I think what England's trying to do is they're going, we think at the moment this is our strongest 11 and we're going to play them all the way through so that all of them have experience over there, and then we can make some decisions further down the track. You know, we'll have some there will be other T20s that will be played, plus they'll get some IPL form, some 100 form and all those sorts of things before the World Cup. Whereas I think India are like, I don't know, we've got like 9 guys here. Maybe if we'll just pick this guy for this guy a game and this guy. But I think it's a terrible strategy. I think they should have just gone, these are our top 7. These are the guys we trust. We're going to give them 5 games here. Then we've got the whole IPL to have a better look if we want to go somewhere else. I mean, there's absolutely no point bringing a young kid in for one game. And Sky's an incredible talent. Do you know what I mean? Incredible talent. There's no point bringing him in for one game. Him not batting and then them going, but we've already rested Rohit. We'll bring Rohit back. What are they going to learn about Rohit? Rohit's played the 3rd most games of any player ever. They know everything that Rohit can do. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Listen, I love Rohit. He's one of my favourites. So him back in the side, I'm excited because I just love watching him bat. I mean, India have so many options. And one thing we do know, Bumrah will be back in this side and Shami. All right, so you've got most probably 2 main spearhead fast bowlers that have most probably walked back into this side. So then I suppose he's just having a little look, but they're blessed with options, aren't they? And as you rightly said, they've got a whole IPL to have a look at guys playing under pressure, the situation which the IPL brings. So they're sort of blessed, really, aren't they? I mean, they could pick an A side that would give pretty much anyone a challenge in world cricket. It's unbelievable the talent pool that they have. And
it, of course, will be India that get to learn the lesson that you're talking about, Jared, insofar that they're the ones that are going to have to do it the more difficult way. I do want to ask you a quick question, Harmy, about not playing in front of a crowd, because England have actually got a brilliant success rate, haven't they? They beat Sri Lanka twice in Test cricket without playing in front of a crowd. They beat India in India when there was no crowd. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
I think it does to the Test team. I'm not sure it does to this 2020 side. I look at the individuals in this 2020 side, and I think the likes of Jason Roy needs a crowd. I think Jason Roy does need a crowd. I think he needs to put his chest out, walk over that line, and when he walks over that line, it is this is my stage. This is my moment. I am on stage here. You lot have come to watch me, perform, and I think Jason Roy needs that. Butler's a bit like that. Stokes is like that. Morgan's like that. Where the Test team, I don't think they are not so much experienced enough. I'm not sure.
Grizzled pros.
Yeah, but they just know the game, and they just the feed off what the crowd gives them. Their persona is, I'm going to show you what I can do. You have paid good money to come and watch me perform, and boy, I'm going to make you go home happy. I think that's what this 2020 England 2020 side does. I think a little bit of insecurities and inexperience is what that difference between that and the Test team. So the Test team it'd be interesting to see what happens. And I think India are the same. Don't get me wrong, India are the same. You've got 7 or 8 guys there in the Indian side who revel off playing IPL cricket. Stand there and just smash it and just listen to that roar. Mumbai, the Wankhede Stadium, when you hear Rohit Sharma walk out, Virat Kohli. When Virat Kohli walks out to bat, the noise, he must go to sleep at night listening to that noise when he hits a boundary. I think these players in shorter formats love the crowd.
Absolutely, and so do we. But they will be back in India and also England this summer as well, we hope.
It's a special day, obviously, for me and my family. Delighted, the honour that I've been given, obviously, to lead the side, but the number of opportunities to do that and lead this special group of players.
I would have chosen to bowl first as well. Having said that, as we spoke the other day, you have to embrace what you do even after you lose the toss, which, to be honest, we want to work on this aspect of our game as well, where we bat first and put big runs on the board and defend them against a quality batting lineup. So it's an exciting challenge for us today. Preferably, we would have bowled first as well.
You're listening to live coverage on TalkSport 2, the third T20 between India and England just about to get underway. Owen Morgan has won the toss. India will bat first. What riches, Steve Harmison, that essentially the changes you make from a huge win in the second T20, a star debut from your opener Ishan Kishan. He moves to 3. And Virat Kohli, of all people, says, no, there's somebody who can bat better than I. I'm going to move myself down to 4 as well. I mean, whoever they're bringing in as the opener, what's it, Rohit Sharma?
Yeah, he's another one that's played 100 T20 internationals. It's frightening what riches that India have got, and they're trying to find a dynamic to fit their most explosive players in and around that middle order. The 2 that I'm on about is where they fit in Rishi Pant and where they fit in Kishan. So Virat comes down to 4, which is interesting. He bats 3 for RCB. When he's batted 4, he didn't last that long in the IPL. He always wanted to go back to number 3. So it's going to be interesting to see how long Virat bats at number 4. But the way Kishan started in Sunday night's performance, he was magnificent. He was absolutely brilliant, and Rohit Sharma is probably one of the best, if not one of the all-time great opening batsmen in 2020 cricket. So a little bit like England, trying to fit players into positions where they're not so much where they're more suited from an individual point of view, it's actually where they're more suited from a team point of view. And that's always been a quite difficult thing to do from an Indian point of view, because the one thing that comes into play with India is ego. Doesn't really always come in with England, but unless you're Kevin Peterson, it is with India, and it's ego.
KL Rahul, I noted with interest that Akash Chopra, who was part of our coverage of the Test series, tweeted that for all the people saying that this guy should be dropped after 2 poor scores, they said, well, where do you stop when you drop somebody after just 2 bad performances? He's been a mainstay of the side for quite some time. Now, KL Rahul really came to prominence alongside Virat Kohli. They both play for RCB. He's since moved on to Kings 11. But I wonder if he'd actually scored the runs, whether in a perverse way India might have found it easier to rest him for a couple and bring in Rohit Sharma in his place. But because he hasn't scored, they didn't want to do that.
No, I think they wanted to give him a chance to go and get some runs. They've also got somebody else who's not bad either at Shikhar Dhawan, who's sitting on the sideline. So I say the embarrassment of riches. KL Rahul had a fantastic start to the IPL last year. KL Rahul and Agarwal in that first 5 games of the IPL, they were head and shoulders more runs than anybody else. But Kings 11 found himself bottom of the league. So there are dynamics of trying to fit the best players in and around. And KL Rahul, for me, he suits the way Rohit Sharma plays. He's not somebody that goes in, plays crash bang wallop. He's somebody that goes away, that plays proper cricket shots in that first 6 overs in the power play, and that's going to give Rohit Sharma more chance to bat. So again, the dynamic of that, we'll see what happens. And India did that, didn't they, with Suresh Iyer, and he showed in the first game that if you back a player, he will come good for you, because they backed him. Got 30 odd in his last game in Australia. There was talking about him not playing. They picked him, they stuck by him and picked him, and he came good for them. 2 low scores in the first 2 games. I'm sure KL Rahul will not make it 3. He'll not want to make it 3 in this game, or he will probably find himself on the sideline, and Shikhar Dhawan coming in.
Brilliant stuff. Steve Harmison, Alex Tudor and Jarrod Kimber alongside Guy Swindles, and also Andrew McKenna, who can pick up the first commentary stint with a refresh of the team news.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, England have won the toss and will bowl. They have made one change. Tom Curran is the man left out. Mark Wood is fit and available again. So England go Jason Roy, Jos Buttler, David Millan, Johnny Bairstow, Owen Morgan in his 100th T20 international, Ben Stokes, Sam Curran, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Mark Wood. For India, well, we knew Rohit Sharma was going to be back today, and he is. India make one change. Surya Kumar Yadav is the man to make way. He, of course, is a middle order player, so to make room, Rohit will be opening. Ishan Kishan drops to 3, and as the boys were touching on, Virat Kohli, the first man to 3,000 T20 international runs, drops a place in the order to 4. So it's Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, Ishan Kishan, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant, Shreyas Iyer, Hardik Pandya, Washington Sundar, Shardul Thakur, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, as Yuzvendra Chahal, the 11. The umpires for today, Nitin Menon and Virender Sharma are back on duty as the players make their way out to the middle in total silence. Yep, we're back behind closed doors again. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of a spike with COVID cases locally, so they've made the decision the rest of this series behind closed doors, so we're back to the computer generated atmosphere and noise for this one. And Steve Harmison, first question to you, I suppose. Game number 1, England win the toss, stick India in, and England elected to open the bowling with Adil Rashid. Do they do that today?
Looks like they are going to do that today. They're going to gamble, not wasting an over. That's not the right choice of word. Using an over of Adil Rashid's 4. And what I mean by that is that Adil Rashid's the only spinner of the England have selected. So if there is a little bit of assistance for the spin, as and when the day goes on and the ball gets a little bit older, England have potentially only got 3 overs of spin when we're talking about a red soil pitch. And what I mean by a red soil pitch, in India, you've got the black soil surfaces which tend to suit the faster bowlers. The ball comes onto the bat, which have played the first 2 T20 games on. And this one's a red soil surface, which normally means it's going to spin that little bit more, deteriorate that little bit quicker. Interesting that India have got 2 spinners. England have only got 1. And if it does turn and it does get some purchase, England will only have 3 overs left of the 19 remaining of the game once Adil's finished his first over.
Rohit Sharma has set out the first 2 games, but he's going to take the first ball of this one. Slip in place, short extra cover, mid-off, backward points and extra cover. The men in on the offside. There's a short fine leg inside the circle on the leg side. A catching straightish mid-wicket. and a mid-on for Adil Rashid. And in fact, mid-on's made his way back to beat deep. So Rashid in, right arm over, starts with a leg break and just pushed gently into the offside by Rohit Sharma. Just having a look. We're underway in the third T20 here on TalkSport 2. And the first ball sent down quite happily by Adil Rashid. Rohit Sharma, it's his 109th T20 international. Intriguingly, he's only played, this is the 38th at home, so he's played far more away from home than he has at home. Rashid is in, googly, spins a long way that is turned through backwards square leg by Rohit Sharma. Mark Wood's going to have to go after that, slides, gets the ball in the air, and it's underway India with 2. But Steve Harmison, that turned a long way.
Yeah, top spinner first ball, went straight on with the newness of the ball. It skipped on and skidded on. That one, googly, big turn. Big, huge turn. I'm sure Virat Kohli's licking his lips with 2 spinners in his side.
Rashid spins himself a couple of catches. He's on his way in and bowls. It's a little bit short, that one, and it's able to be turned away. And Mark Wood again is going to have to do the chasing for this one, down to backward square leg, and it's going to be 2 more. Mark Wood, of course, missed the second game with a sore heel, and India obviously checking him out early doors. 4 without loss after 3 deliveries. Jared Kimber's with us today.
Just noticeable there, Harmy, that they've got the deep backward square in front of square, and twice he's managed to tuck the ball behind and just pick up easy runs. That's where you would expect the man to be out on the sweep. They've put him in front almost to mid-wicket, in fact, and Rohit's just milking that gap, and he's taken 4 easy runs so far.
Rashid in over the wicket. Looks like a googly again, and Rohit is in behind this, pushing it back down the pitch. There is no run on this occasion.
Yeah, he's got a slip. He's got a slip in play, I think, for waiting for that big leg spinner that Adil Rashid's got. But he's bowling top spinners and googlies. He's looking to use the newness of the ball and the ball skidding on. And Jared mentioned the man in the deep there. Yeah, I think Rohit's just looking to use the pace of the ball coming onto the bat.
Rashid goes in, it's just turned around the corner. That's the attempt. I think it actually comes off the pad instead. There's a private game going on at the moment as the single's taken. It's Adil Rashid, Rohit Sharma and Mark Wood, because that ball has again gone to Mark Wood. There's only 3 of them involved. However, they've taken the single and it'll bring KL Rahul down on strike. Now, he's faced 10 deliveries in the series and got 1 run. Got a 6-ball duck in the second game, and Sam Curran had him all over the place, not really knowing quite how he should be playing. He's got the final ball of this first over to face. He's marking his guard. Looks like England are going to go same field to him. So same plan for Rashid. 5 without loss. And in comes Rashid. Lovely flighted leg break, pushed out on the onside. Sam Curran will field. First over gone here on TalkSport 2. Third game, England winning the toss. India 5 without loss at the end of the first. Steve Harmison.
Good start by Adil Rashid, good start by England. I'm sure Owen Morgan's quite happy to concede 5 runs off that first over of the power play. He might not be too happy. We'll have to see in the second ball of the game turn the way it did, and the amount it turned, only having 1 spinner in the side. But just to touch on KL Rahul, you mentioned there 1 run off 10 balls, and I mentioned it in commentary on Sunday afternoon. If KL Rahul has got a Kings 11 Punjab shirt on, or a RCB where he came from before, he doesn't get 1 run. He gets more than that. He gets 12-14 off that Sam Curran over. He's bowled 3 or 4 nice juicy in-swinging half volleys, and I think the pressure of playing for India, I think the pressure of the occasion, 67,000 in the crowd, knowing Rohit Sharma sitting on the sideline, probably didn't help the mentality of the way KL Rahul was in that. So be interesting to see what happens here. No crowd, and whether he approaches it a little bit different.
Well, we've got an IPL matchup now, because Jofra Archer is going to take the second over and he's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. So a matchup that would have been seen a lot in the IPL. Of course, Jofra Archer's had a really good series so far. Player of the match in the first game, as he took his career best in international T20, 3 for 23. He was 0 for 24 from 4 overs in the second match. Still bowled well, but just went wicketless. Slip, backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off. Again, fine leg inside the circle. We know that Rohit will take on the short ball and take on the pull. And here we go then. Jofra Archer is on his way. That's a quick ball! Oh, it's a return catch that's gone straight through Archer's hands. It drifted back into Rohit Sharma. He pushed at that one, and it was almost through Jofra Archer before he had a chance to react. Wow, what an opportunity first ball. To be fair, and Harmy will tell you this, as a fast bowler in your follow through, they either stick or you don't. But man alive.
Absolutely, man. And Tudes will back me up there. It is the hardest catch in the world, a bowler catching off his own bowler when it comes back at him flat. When it goes in the air, fair enough, you've got time. But you haven't got time. You're trying to finish your action off and it comes back. It looped back at him, but even still, it's a tough chance.
Archer, once again, that's quick. That's outside of off stump, and Rohit will leave that through, and Jos Buttler will take no run. 5 without loss it remains.
In international cricket, I think 50% of caught and bowls are dropped. So it's actually a really, really common thing. I will say this. When Jofra first burst onto the scene in the Big Bash, so after he'd already been good in the Blast, played in the Big Bash, he took some of the best catches off his own bowling I've ever seen. Since that time, I don't think he's quite backed it up as much. At that stage, I thought he was going to be like Chris Jordan. He's going to be, this incredible fielding athlete. I've not seen much of that since that Big Bash series.
In fairness, Rohit just pushed it, but it pinged off the middle of the bat, didn't it? Here we go, Archer once again. Oh, that's moved away off the seam, and Rohit's playing at that one with very little foot movement, just using hand-eye coordination. Misses, and it's through to Jos Buttler behind the stumps. But Harmy, some carry there.
Yeah, good carry. Just nipped away a little bit. Good feel for Archer. This a slip. Go back, right back to the first Test match. Probably the only spell that Archer bowled in the Test series for me. In that first 6 overs, he got at Rohit Sharma. He got him caught behind, and I actually thought this is the start. This could be a start of a fantastic series for Jofra Archer. Wasn't to be.
Archer in once again. It's Cutter on that occasion, and Rohit just guides it down to third man. Single taken. 6 without loss are India. Rohit has 5 of those. KL Rahul will come on to strike. He's only faced 1 delivery and is yet to score. Third match of this 5-match series. It is 1-1 so far. So it's stating blindingly obvious, but obviously whoever wins today, the side that loses has to win the next 2 to win the series. So it's a real big match to win this one today. Not to say you can't lose the next 2, but you'd be disappointed to lose 2 in a row. Archer in, right arm over once again for the 5th ball. That's another absolute beauty to KL Rahul. This is almost Test match line and length at the moment. Rahul fended at that, and it's through to Jos Buttler.
Well, forget what I said before. No matter what shirt he's got on there, RCB, Kings 11 or India, he's not hitting that. That's a fantastic ball. What a beauty. 140 plus clicks mile an hour outside off stump. Test match or not, that's a beauty by Jofra Archer. And slip. Ben Stokes is standing there thinking the next ball could come to me.
I wonder what Owen... do you know what I was about to say? Is Owen Morgan thinking of a second slip and they've stuck it in? I was about to say, is Owen Morgan brave enough? That's a stupid comment. Of course Owen Morgan is. We know that. Archer is in. Rahul's in behind this, pushing out on the offside. The over is complete. It's a T20 game. England have sent down 2 overs. India 6 without loss after them. Here on TalkSport 2, batting first in this crucial 3rd game. Jared Kimber.
So a couple of years ago, when I was working for the Melbourne Stars, we were going up against Hobart in a final, and Jofra was playing, and the Melbourne Stars said, look, don't worry about the other bowlers, you've already done all the analysis on them, what do we do with Jofra? And I was like, if you can get some top edges over the wicketkeeper's head, I think that's a really good strategy. But essentially, all you can do when he's bowling balls like that is try and swing a pull shot as hard as you can and hope that you get enough on it, even if you don't hit the middle, that it flies over.
Well, Virat Kohli the other day with the free hit. He was aiming at mid-wicket and cleared third man for 6.
There's a certain point, and you see this, Riley Meredith is another one in Australia that you see this with. Norkia is another one where there's a certain point where batting normally doesn't matter that much against those guys if you can use the pace against them by swinging as hard as you can, because they're going, especially when you're bowling balls like that. I just don't know what the point of trying to play, a normal back foot punch against that.
Pace continues. Mark Wood is into the attack. Rashid has bowled 1 over, and here comes Wood. First delivery, full and straight. And it's Rohit clipping it up to mid-on to Sam Curran, and there is no run. It's commentary of the 3rd T20 between England and India on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Lizzie Ammon joined by former captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. So Woody in, same format as match number 1, Harmy. Adil Rashid bowls the first, and then it's pace.
Pearson, more Pearson. One thing I will say about Pearce, no batsman in the world likes it.
In goes Mark Wood again. Oh, it's quick. It's been flicked away through backward square leg. I'm not sure it's had the greatest amount of control that Rohit Sharma's ever played. It was thick inside portion of the bat, but it does go away safely for a single. He goes to 6, and India move on by 1 to take them to 7 without loss.
It's a bit like what Jared's just saying there. If you're going to go hard, and the pace off the ball, hopefully it doesn't carry to the infield, and if it doesn't, got a great chance of getting a boundary. But this is good from England. Mark Wood in the first game didn't bowl one ball less than 92 mile an hour. We talk about Jofra Archer's line and impeccable length. When you put them two together in a power play, if it comes off, you're just going to get wickets. Wickets wins your matches in the power play.
One slip for Wood as he goes into Rahul bowled him! Middle stump at 45 degrees. KL Rahul is in a horror trot at the moment. But at the moment it doesn't matter, because Mark Wood is sending out absolute beauties. England are bowling really well to a very, very dangerous player, and they're all over him like a cheap suit. India lose their first. Halfway through the third over, they're 7 for 1.
Spare a thought for KL Rahul. He has had a ball off Jofra Archer, back of a length, which is nipped away, and he's pushed at it, gone through, which means the next ball, another slip. He gets a ball off Mark Wood, 3 mile an hour quicker, which nips back, goes between bat and pad, and bowls him all end up. You can say what you want about KL Rahul not in great nick. That is fantastic bowling by England. And England have got India where they want them, right at the very, very start. 7 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
Ishan Kishan strides to the crease. The youngster who made such an incredible impact in that second game. 56 from just 32 balls for the 22-year-old. And he has caused Virat Kohli to move down in the batting order. That just tells you all you need to know about this young man.
He batted beautifully. He batted beautifully on Sunday night. But I bet you there's a little murmur going around the field and saying, let's see if you can play the same innings against Archer and Wood. Wood's bowling at 92 mile an hour. Archer's bowling at 90 mile an hour. Yeah, how much pressure you want here? No, there's no crowd in. But can you produce an innings like that when the ball's flying around at 90 plus mile an hour? Like I mentioned before, and I'll see it till I'm blue in the face. No batsman in the world likes pace. No matter how good you are, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, anything above 90 mile an hour consistently is quick, and no batsman likes it.
2 slips in play straight away for Kishan. Mark Wood goes in. Oh, that's round about armpit height. Mark Wood saying, well, do you fancy it today going on the pull? Kishan says, maybe not the first ball I'm facing.
No, that's pace. That is pure pace. And you see the wicket again. It's an absolute beauty. Seam is perfectly upright. It just nips back in. It hits the top of middling off. More middle than it does off. Mark Wood. Owen Morgan, how happy is he to see these two fast lads bowling in tandem, bowling quickly, and putting India massively under pressure in this power play.
Do you remember the time when England didn't bother taking fast bowlers to India because it wasn't worth it on these surfaces, allegedly? Got 2 good guys bowling flames. Now he's got another one up into the rib cage of Ishan Kishan, does Mark Wood. Alex Tudor's loving this, watching in the TalkSport 2 commentary positions. England have got 2 bowlers cranking it up at the moment. And I remember having a conversation with you about this, Harmy, a few weeks ago, before England even picked the squads for India, to say, well, if the pitches are slow and it's going to lose X amount of miles an hour, then you want guys who are really quick through the air, so it doesn't lose as much, so they're still pretty quick.
Absolutely. Can you take the pitch out of the equation? Can you take the pitch out of the equation and bowl fast through the air? And that's what Archer and Wood do.
Wood is on his way once again. Right arm over the wicket, onto the thigh pad of Kishan. He's going to get underway with a single to backwards square legs. He's got 1 from 3 deliveries. India are 8 for 1 after 3 overs here on TalkSport 2. It's another fabulous start by England after winning the toss and sticking the hose in. 8 for 1, as I say. KL Rahul, 0 from 4 deliveries. Rohit Sharma has 6 from 11, so he's got the majority of the runs. Ishan Kishan, 1 from 3.
Talk about toss being so crucial. The crucial, win the toss, win the match. No matter whether you've won the toss or lost the toss, if you bowl 3 overs in the power play at the start like that, winning or losing the toss doesn't really matter. That is perfect for England and the start that England wanted. They've got 1 wicket in the first 3 overs. Can they get the big prize catch? Can they get Sharma with Archer and Wood going for probably for the next 2 overs? And can they get Virat Kohli in? see the back of the Indian captain. That will be the game plan. That will be the talk around. No crowd, no noise. Will not bother England. England will be buzzing here.
2 slips stay in place for Jofra Archer to bowl to Ishan Kishan. Backward point, square cover, short fine leg as well. It's pitched up round about leg stump, turned by Kishan to mid-on, and there is no run. That one is just shy of 146 kilometres an hour. So Jofra Archer, well, we said this before, Archer and Wood together are not only good for England, but they're good for each other, because they drive each other on. And we're seeing that now. Archer on his way, bowls again. Kishan drops it in. There's a yes-no interlude. Archer's going to pick up in his follow-through. Turns around, was going to throw at the non-striker's end, doesn't in the end. That was a real yes-no moment from the two. They've obviously not batted together that many times in terms of international cricket, and well, he dropped it at his feet, did Kishan. And there probably was one there, but there was a real stop-start moment. Rohit then has to come around Jofra Archer. Both make it safely in the end, though.
This is panic from Pearce. Panic from Pearce. Both ends getting hammered. 90+ mile an hour. Footwork's not there.
Archer into Rohit Sharma, inside edge, goes through fine leg for 4. Adil Rashid is in the circle at fine leg. If he was out on the boundary, it would have been straight down to him for 1. Because of the fielding regulations, he's inside the circle, and that goes away for 4. That takes Rohit to 10 and India to 13 for 1.
Another beauty by Archer, just outside off stump. Probably would have hit the top of off stump. That's the sort of length that was at. Rohit Sharma totally late on it. 145 kilometres an hour, gets an inside edge, down by the inside between short fine leg and the wicketkeeper. Archer's well in the game here.
He's on his way. Right arm over, bowling quickly. Rohit Sharma turns it into the onside. Sam Curran will field going round towards straight mid-wicket, and it is just a single. 6 runs from the over so far, and frankly, Jofra Archer's done absolutely nothing wrong. India 14 for 1.
Yeah, he's bowled impeccable lines and impeccable lengths. The only thing I would like to have seen him do is that run out. I can see a lot of fast bowlers, me probably being one of them, and the big fella sitting opposite me would have definitely been another one of them, would have just ran straight through Rohit Sharma. It just seemed that Jofra Archer stopped, let Rohit go past. Not many bowlers would have done that.
Archer into the left-handed Ishan Kishan, pushes back past the stumps, and it will go outside of the fielding circle. Sam Curran will pull it back in about 6 or 7 metres in from the rope, and they will come back for a couple. It takes India to 18 for 1, or have they already put the runs on the board? They've already put them on. They're sharpish. 16 for 1. Rohit goes to 11.
And speaking of sharpish, another sharp ball, 146 kilometres an hour. The lines and lengths to Ishan Kishan has been perfect. The bowling straight to him. They're erring on the side of, if they're going to go wide, it's got to be wide down leg side rather than wide down offside. Wide down leg side costs you a ball. Maybe it's a run and a ball.
Archer is in. Kishan is pushing this back to the bowler who fields in his follow-through, no run.
Do not want to give Ishan Kishan any room whatsoever, because if you bowl on off stump or even just a touch wider than off stump, opens up that offside, and it's a free hit for, especially with the pace that's on it. So England's lines and lengths, especially by the seamers, have been absolutely magnificent in the first 4 overs.
Yep, 4 overs in the books, 16 for 1, so 4 and over from India so far. Don't forget, of course, at the end of today's play, it's the Following On podcast, as we'll bring you all the reaction from today's action, and you can download that at any point via either the TalkSport app or wherever you get your podcast from. But you've also got now a video option as well, because we've created Outside Edge, which is our new YouTube show. So again, at close of play today, boys will be putting together a special little video show for you, so you can watch that maybe on the way home from work this evening on the train or the bus. A perfect accompaniment for you. Mark Wood to start the 5th over. Oh, there's another opportunity for a potential return catch from Rohit Sharma, but he's absolutely pinged this past Mark Wood. It'll go away for 4. It's 20 for 1. He's hit it so straight, Rohit Sharma, the second 4 of the Indian innings.
Not too dissimilar to the one that Jofra Archer got. Archer, when he bowls the ball, he goes off to the left and to get off the crease, and again Wood the same, just gone more towards Mark Wood's right hand between him and the stumps. Rohit Sharma's trying to play a big shot, but because of the pace that's on the ball, just sort of checked the bat in his hand. It really just turned the bat in his hand, but because of the pace on the ball, it's gone for 4.
Mark Wood goes in again, and Rohit Sharma's late on this one, trying to sort of guide it through points. Can't get anything on it. It's through to Jos Buttler. No run. 20 for 1 it remains.
Another beauty. 140, 142 this time, in and around off stump. No foot movement by Rohit Sharma. He's not looking to move his feet. He's looking to get in position early. Keep a solid pace, balance, and just use his hands. Use the pace of the ball. Use his hands, and believe if I get the ball in the middle of the bat, gets it past the fielder inside the circle, it will run away for 4.
England have taken out the second slip for Rohit. I know he's got 15 from 15, but the way Mark Wood's going, I think I might be tempted to leave him in. Wood is on the way once again, motoring in towards the stumps. Short ball, quick ball as well. My word, Rohit thought about trying to pull that. Can't get onto it, and it will go through to Jos Buttler. That was 145 kilometres an hour, so about 88 miles an hour, that one.
Good bouncer, good bouncer. It was just a touch wide for my liking, a little bit straighter, and he was in the game. But Rohit, seen it was wide, managed to drop his hands. You talk about a second slip. I think Rohit's, he could easily get caught at backward point or even at cover point just by the way he stands still. No foot movement, throwing his hands at it. It's just as likely to go off the middle of the bat in the air to sort of cover point rather than second slip.
Mark Wood goes in again.
Rohit Sharma's flicked this round to short fine leg, and Jofra Archer takes the catch. Rohit went to the leg side. Mark Wood followed him. Great bowling, and it's just paddled around by Rohit to short fine leg, and the two fast and nasties combine. Mark Wood delivers the ball. Jofra Archer takes the catch, and India are 20 for 2 in the 5th over. Rohit goes for 15 from 17 balls faced.
Well, 109 T20 internationals, and he'll not have had a more uncomfortable innings in an India shirt than what he's just had. Jofra Archer and Mark Wood have tortured one of the very best 2020 batsmen of all time in Rohit Sharma. Front foot, back foot, they've gone at him both ways, both with pace. And this time, Rohit Sharma's looked to give himself some room on the offside. Mark Wood's followed him 146 kilometres an hour, and it's just managed to get a glove and lob it up to 45. Fantastic start by England. Here comes the India captain. India 20 for 2 on TalkSport 2.
One of the interesting things there was, that's what I was talking about. When you get those short balls from these guys at this pace, you have to swing through. That was a half swing, and that's how Rohit bats. He's a different kind of player. If he swings any harder off that, it just goes over the top, doesn't it? Even though it was off the gloves, it would have just flown away. But it's those half swings against these guys. You have to use their pace back against them, and in that case, I mean, he just got completely tangled, didn't he? And in the end, it was a one hop pull shot off his gloves, the short third man.
Good luck trying to put a full swing on it, because I tell you what, you're going to have to be in position very, very early, because these two are bowling rockets here.
Now there's a second slip for Virat Kohli. Mark Wood is in straight away to him. Kohli's jumping in behind this one. Mark Wood is hitting the deck and then getting back up and then springing like a Springer Spaniel away to his right hand side to stop the ball in his follow through as well. So Mark Wood is full of the joys of spring at the moment, and frankly, why wouldn't you be? Virat Kohli, the man to the crease, of course, made 73 not out in the second game. His first 50 for India at home against England in T20 internationals. Still not made 100, of course. 94 is his best. Be nice to get it today, just from a purely selfish point of view. Set things up quite nicely. Mark Wood then to complete the 5th over of this innings. Full, straight, quick. Oh, Virat Kohli, lovely shots. He's almost put the bat there. The ball is arriving at so much pace. Kohli kind of puts the bat there in a semi-aggressive manner and pushes it through extra cover away for 4. He's underway with a boundary. After 5 overs, India 24 for 2. Kohli has 4. Kishan has 4. Steve Harmison has his thoughts. And Guy Swindles will take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, beautiful shot, Macca. Absolute beauty. Middle of the bat. And he just guided it between the two fielders, using the pace that's on the ball. Didn't mind it from Mark Wood. He's risked a little bit at the end of last ball, the over, to bring slip into play. He's gone a bit fuller. It's cost him a boundary, but I'm sure he'll not be bothered about that with where the over's gone.
Jared.
So I was looking up Ishan Kishan to see how he goes against the fastest bowlers in the world in T20 cricket. Now, obviously, he's a fetus, so he's only faced a couple of balls from any of them. But the right-arm fast bowler he's faced the most is Rabada. 29 balls, and he scored 53 runs against him. He's only been out once. Saini, 20 balls, he scored 40 runs off him. Norkia, 15 balls, 36 runs. He's really, really smashed some of these bowlers around the world, but then I'll give you Jofra's record in a moment.
Well, Chris Jordan's coming round the wicket to him, and it'll be interesting to see how Ishan Kishan adjusts. Obviously so successful in his very first international T20 in the last match, as of course was Virat Kohli, who was dropped on 10 but then played absolutely beautifully. Apparently he'd been speaking before the match to AB de Villiers. As he said, he was thinking about a few other things rather than cricket, and de Villiers just told him to cut all the noise out and just concentrate on playing, and that could be advice that comes back to pay England, but that's been hoiked straight up in the air. Now Butler is there, and Ishan Kishan has gone. He needed to make the run rate climb slightly. All he did was make the ball climb a lot, and it fell into the hands of Jos Buttler. It's a wicket for Chris Jordan, and India disarray. 24 for 3 in the 6th.
And a change of bowler. Ishan Kishan's thinking, right, I can have a go at this, and it's just a little bit wider than he probably wanted. Jordan from around the wicket, he's possibly expecting that to come a little bit tighter on the angle, so he can help it around the corner, and he's just had to fetch it, top edged it, gone straight up in the air. It would be very, very disappointed, Ishan Kishan, to carry on and kick on from what happened on Sunday night. But for me, that is pure pressure. Pressure from Wood, pressure from Archer. He thinks he can now score. Jordan straight on the money, and India in real trouble now. 24 for 3 after 5.2 overs on TalkSport 2.
Makes you think, doesn't it? Beforehand we were all talking about, will Moeen Ali come in? This looks like a wicket that will take much more spin, and Owen Morgan's obviously developing something of a plan for winning one T20s in India, and that is have people who bowl very fast, very accurately, and keep the pressure on that way.
Yeah, I think what he's looking at, Guy, is trying to take wickets in that power play. If you've got two bowlers that bowl like Archer and Wood do, and if you can get 4 out of the 6 overs in there, you potentially run the risk of a little bit like Virat Kohli did in the last ball of Mark Wood, just leaning on one, goes for 4, and things might not go your way, and you could potentially chase a 60 or a 70 because of the pace. But on the other hand, you could get 3 wickets, and what the game tells you, Guy, is in the power play, if you get 3 wickets, 80% of the time you win the game. So that's what England are going for, and it looks great. From a fast bowler's point of view, we've got another one just walked in Darren Gough, and I'm looking at Alex Judah. We are licking our lips watching Mark Wood and Jofra Archer bowl fast.
Well, and Chris Jordan now joining in as well. Not quite as fast as the other two, but he's picked up a crucial wicket. And now he comes in, and bowls to Virat Kohli, who, well, let's call it a very good leave, because the ball darted back and just missed off stump. Lovely bowling again by Chris Jordan.
Yeah, it was good bowling. It just nipped back, but Judes will be on in 2 balls' time, and I'm just laughing at myself because I'm thinking Chris Jordan looks as though he's bowling backwards. He looks as though he's bowling at 60 miles. He looks like he's bowling at Paul Collingwood or Marcus Trescothick's pace compared to Archer and Wood. But sorry, Chris Jordan, I just had to put that in.
Well, Jordan in again, and this is left outside off stump. And yet again, no run. We're coming to the end of the 6th over now. 24 for 3. Well, you have to feel a bit for KL Rahul. I was just looking at his figures. In this series so far, he's faced 14 balls. He's scored 1 run, and he's been out 3 times. England are getting something right in these power plays.
They are, Guy. The 2 balls, back-to-back balls he got in this innings. I know he faced 4, but 2 he got in this innings. 1 nipped away from Archer at 90 odd mile an hour, and 1 nipped back off Wood.
Jordan in again, and again it's left outside off stump by Kohli, who realises a little bit of rebuilding is required here, and it might be better to do it after the power play is finished, because at the moment India, as they were in the first of these T20s, in real bother, and Mark Wood is the is the man that links those 2 performances by England early on.
Absolutely, Guy. And this is the question we're asking about Jordan. Can he start? And he started confidently. He's got his 4 dots and a wicket in the first over.
In he comes again, and that is just played out to mid-on. There is no run, and that is a wicket maiden from Chris Jordan in his first over. He's removed Ishan Kishan. He's kept Kohli under control, and England have got India down to 24 for 3 after 6 overs. You're listening to commentary of the second T20 between India and England on TalkSport 2, with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge. Well, thanks to Steve Harmison, for the time being at least, as Alex Tudor, who has been enjoying that first 6 overs, comes and joins us. And Tudes, that's not a bad start by the England boys.
Listen, that is absolute fire from England. That is fantastic bowling from the 3 fast quickies there. There's been some serious pace by Mark Wood. I was impressed by him the other day. He's come again, bowling extremely quick, backed up by Archer, and Jordan getting that important wicket of Ishan Kishan there, who looked extremely well in his first game, not the other day. So I know everyone likes to see the 6s and the 4s, but as an ex-bowler and someone who tried to bowl like these guys, not at that pace though, I get excited seeing real pace, because that's a real test for a batsman, and that's a real test to say who's great and who's just a good player.
Well, Alex Tudor wasn't a bad player. England paceman, as another all-round paceman comes in to bowl for England, and it's Ben Stokes. And Rishabh Pant treats that first delivery with respect and just plays it back to the bowler. No run. And he did fear for England early on when that half-caught and bowled chance to Archer went down, and you thought, oh dear, here we go again. But they have fought back brilliantly. 3 wickets, and at the moment a rebuilding process for Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant. Stokes, bizarre to say it, probably with his place under a little bit of pressure as he moves, bowls down the leg side, bowls on leg stump and gets turned around the corner by Rishabh Pant, who gets off the mark with a boundary, and an avoidable boundary really, Alex. Not Ben Stokes' best delivery.
No, just getting his line wrong, just straying on the pads. Any good player is not going to miss out on that. Got a good portion of that, flicked it down to fine leg, where fine leg's obviously very wide. 4 runs, and he just needs to be careful here, Ben. All the good work of the top 3 bowlers there, he just needs to make sure that he keeps it together and keeps the pressure on these Indian batsmen.
Absolutely, he's keeping the pressure on as Stokes. That's a better delivery, just outside of stump, and it is played into the covers. They can't get a run, and that's what England needed. Another dot ball. 28 for 3. Virat Kohli 4 from 6 deliveries. Rishabh Pant 4 from 3. They both hit a boundary apiece, just 1 scoring shot each, as England's bowlers have kept the pressure on. The fielders have backed them up well, and without the crowd roaring India on, well, it's a very different game as in comes Stokes again, and that time he draws the false shot outside of stump. Rishabh Pant trying to play a cut shot of sorts, doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Buttler. Another dot ball, no run.
Yeah, there was something that Steve Harmison was talking at the top, wasn't it, about the consistency with Ben. Sometimes he bowls both sides of the wicket. I just think he needs to bowl. Ben's definitely a bowler. I feel that he needs to bowl a lot of overs to get the best out of him. He's not someone that could just run up and bowl often.
It's an interesting observation, as that is pitched up and driven back down the ground, and there's it was a sharp single, but in the end it was very good running and no chance of a run out there. But certainly they are looking for every single run they can get at the moment, India, and in this occasion England can't stop them trotting through briskly for the single. England have again bowled just as they did in the first T20, a little bit short of a full length, and it's really put pressure on the Indian batsmen. And Mark Wood, after missing the second T20 with a bad, and that means that you're hearing some crowd noises, but there is no one actually in the ground, as England now looking to build on a fantastic start. Once again, the team that has won the toss, has bowled first, has put themselves in a terrific position. So Adil Rashid comes back into the attack. Interesting that it's just the 1 over from Chris Jordan, It was a wicket maiden, and he's hoiked off, and back comes Adil Rashid.
It's great options, isn't it, that he has, Owen Morgan. I mean, he has wicket takers all over in this England side. As you say, Jordan out, because he'll most probably bowl at the back end of this innings, and brings on Rashid now.
Who bowled beautifully in his first over. He bowled the first over. That's given a little air, and down comes Kohli to greet the ball and smash it back over Rashid's head for 4. And that was a statement of intent from the Indian captain. He's looking to attack the spinner.
Great use of his feet here from Kohli, dancing down the wicket, hitting him straight. Chris Jordan sort of wide at mid-off. No chance of stopping it.
Superb shot by Kohli as Adil Rashid is in again. This time, understandably, he bowls a little flatter. It's pushed out to Owen Morgan in the cover, but it was Sam Curran in the covers. Couldn't get the foot pressure on the batsman, who trotted through briskly for a single, and it's another run to India. But Virat Kohli does seem to be in a really rich vein of form at the moment. He played beautifully in the second of these T20s and has really carried on just as he left off in that match, with an unbeaten 60-odd to his name in that game, and so far he hasn't looked in any trouble at all. That's given a little more air, and it was a big swing by Rishabh Pant, but he got something on the ball, and it skitters out to deep mid-wicket. Jared?
Virat Kohli is a brilliant player of the ball spinning away from him. In Test cricket in the last 5 years, he's averaged 121 against a leg spin. And Rishabh Pant doesn't mind the ball spinning into him. This is tough for Rashid.
Rashid in again, and that's pitched on leg stump. It's flicked round the corner. It's an easy single. Mark Wood comes into field. Back to Jos Buttler. And none of the fast, quick single running needed there. Kohli moves on to 11 from 10 balls. Rishabh Pant run a ball 6 at the moment, and India 37 for 3. 7 runs so far from this over. A couple of deliveries left too from Adil Rashid. Oh, and that just does Rishabh Pant every which way. Superb delivery from Adil Rashid. Didn't spot the googly. And he is beaten all ends up. And that's what Rashid can do. In again, he'll just put a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. That's just dragged down a little outside off stump. It's slapped away. But Bairstow out on the boundary. There's plenty of time to come and get the ball. That's the end of the over. 8 runs have come from it. We're at the end of the 8th over now, and India are 38 for 3. Kohli 11 not out. Pant is 7 not out.
So just to look at their T20 numbers, so Kohli averages in the last 5 years 65 against leg spin in T20 cricket, scoring at 8.5 runs and over, and Pant only averages 50, averaging at almost 9 runs and over. It's a huge challenge for Rashid. We know he's an incredible bowler, but this is not the matchup England want him to be bowling against.
Well, basically just tell him to bowl his googly then, won't you?
Against both of them, yeah.
Just bowl your googly. No, I mean, listen, as you said, I mean, both players are outstanding. We all know about Kohli, especially on the run chase. Don't we see something in a stat where he's averaging over 100?
And we welcome our Talk Sport listeners now, as England have made a terrific start to this match. 39 for 3 India, and we're at the start of the 9th over. The first ball is a bouncer that is called a wide from Ben Stokes. But earlier it was a wonderful spell of bowling from Mark Wood, who removed first KL Rahul, bowled for a duck. He's second in this T20 series. Rohit Sharma was caught by Archer off the bowling of Wood for 15. And then Ishan Kishan was also done by Chris Jordan in his first over, playing the hook shot. Didn't top-edged it up in the air, and Jos Buttler took the catch. So England, a very fast start indeed after Owen Morgan won the toss. They do skip through for a single there. Kohli is now 11 not out, and Rishabh Pant is 8 not out. So brought up to date now, India 40 for 3 and looking to rebuild after that fabulous start from England.
Some great hostility as well, Guy, wasn't there? Some serious pace being bowled by Archer and Wood.
Yeah, it really was, and they do crank each other up as Stokes comes through again, and that's beautifully stroked, but even better stopped by Owen Morgan. at cover position, but lovely languid shot from Virat Kohli.
Great shot again, just using his feet beautifully. Owen Morgan, who's on his 100th game in this format of the game, fantastic stop. But he looks in the mood. Does Kohli?
He really does. As we were saying earlier, he had a chat with AB de Villiers before the last game, and that's nicely bowled by Ben Stokes, just short of the length. Rishabh couldn't really swing the bat, and it just plays it out onto the leg side, and there is no run. He had a bit of a chat, cleared the brain, decided he was just going to concentrate one ball at a time. A few other things had been going on in the Virat Kohli world. He's just become a father again recently, and he decided that it needed to be cricket that was number one in his priorities again, and at the moment that's to England's cost a little bit. 41 for 3, Kohli 12 from 11 deliveries as Stokes is in again, and Rishabh Pant plays that out into the cover region, and they trot through for a single. They've run very well, these two so far, nothing the fielders could do about it, but Mark Wood was simply exceptional earlier today as Alex Tudor, former England fast bowler, stood and watched and enjoyed as he and Jofra Archer were bowling at around 90 miles an hour and just putting intense pressure on the Indian openers and top order batsmen. And at the moment Ben Stokes is doing pretty well at keeping the lid on the run rate as well, as that's flicked around the corner. David Milan comes in and fields back to Jos Buttler, and it's yet another single.
What luxury it must be though for Owen Morgan to have, two lads in his side that can bowl express pace. We'll talk about spin dominates in 2020 cricket or whatever, but when you've got guys that can bowl extremely quick but also have that control, it's a great asset to have, because as we said, Steve and I said, don't care who you are, no one fancies it.
Ben Stokes then coming in to wrap up the over. Right arm over, it's flicked away on leg stump, but England do have a fielder out in the deep these days, and Rishabh Pant has to settle for a single. He moves to 10, Kohli to 13 off 12, and at the end of that, the 9th over, India 44 for 3. So England, what sort of target do we think that they would like to chase on the wicket that we've seen so far? Alex?
Well, I think anything around sort of 150, 160. I think this is a massive partnership for India now. If these guys stay in for a period of time, sort of 5 overs or so, it gives the likes of Hardik Pandya, who's very explosive at the back end, to come in and sort of try and get 30 or 15 balls or so. So anything sort of around 150, 160, I think England will be happy with.
And that's a big call from where India are at the moment, as Rashid continues to bowl and just manages to squirt the ball past short, fine leg, and that will be a boundary for Rishabh Pant. Probably not the most convincing shot he's ever played in his life, but the result is a good one as far as he and India are concerned. Adil Rashid looked a little disgruntled, understandably, but it was a decent sweep shot in the end, and he played it very, very fine indeed. And the score goes on to 48 for 3. Rashid in again. Oh, and this has been blasted over mid-off, and it's gone for 4. One of those occasions you look and see if there's a fielder there. There isn't. It's brilliantly placed, and Pant has started this Adil Rashid over 4-4.
Every time I see this young man play the shot, it hurts my back. He puts so much energy. You think of a golfer on his swing when he's playing with the driver. He puts absolutely everything, kitchen sink, all of it into that shot. Fantastic.
Oh, and there's a shout for LBW as the reverse sweep is missed on that occasion by Rishabh Pant. They do, though, cross for a single, which I think will be a leg by, and the score moves on.
That boundary over the top of cover as well, that came off the wrong, and a couple of balls ago he was playing and missing at that off a length, and now he's just inside out over cover, 1 bounce for 4.
Well, he did get something on that, so it is a single to the batsman. Pant moves to 19. Adil Rashid into Virat Kohli. He just strokes that ball up to mid-on, where Jofra Archer picks the ball up. Just the single.
The one thing we can say about Pant is that he learns very, very quickly. He's a very impressive young man, I have to say.
What did they always say about Vrinder Sehwag? That it wasn't so much that he was confident, that sometimes he just had a bad memory. He couldn't remember he'd played and missed at the last ball, so it didn't matter.
Well, I have to say, with this young man and Ishan Kishan around, future of wicket-keeper batsman, particularly in the shorter forms of the game, is looking very good at the moment for India, as Adil Rashid bowls again. Rishabh Pant doesn't try and leather that one into the middle of nowhere, he just plays it off his hips, and they trot through for a single. He moves to 20, Kohli to 14, and not for the first time in this series, Virat Kohli probably almost will play second fiddle, because there's someone who is beginning to blast, and Kohli's very good at just giving them the head and letting them go. In again, Kohli plays that to Owen Morgan at short mid-on. There is no run, and at the end of the 10th over, Kohli is on 14 from 14 deliveries, Pant 20 from 16, and India 55 for 3 after a word from Alex Tudor. Back in the hands of Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, it's very true, Guy. I think there's situations in the game where he just feels that he will try and bat through, and then it's for the likes of Pant and, as you say, Hardik Pandya and the likes to come in to go big. And if he's there with the last 4 or so, he also has a switch when he can turn on the gas as well. So, as you say, India will need, I feel, to sort of get into that sort of 160, 150 region to cause England any problems tonight. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. But it's a fantastic start from this England. The first 6 overs or so was absolutely fantastic, and anyone that likes to hear or see fast bowling definitely have to either listen later or watch the highlights just to see the serious pace that was bowled by Mark Wood and Jofra Archer.
It's going to be Chris Jordan for his second over, replacing Ben Stokes. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Around the wicket, it's a short ball. Pant will pull into the leg side. Jofra Archer diving away to his left-hand side, takes the pace off. They'll take one, and they will come back for a second, because David Malan will have to come off the boundary. The echoes, actually, from the first game where England won the toss and put India in are remarkable. In the first game, after 6 overs, India were 22 for 3. Today they were 24 for 3. After 10 overs in the first game, India 48 for 4, 55 for 3 today. So there's a lot of similarities. I will remind you that India made 124 for 7 in that first game. So, while Alex is talking about 160 odd, England will be hoping regular wickets will mean that is not what is going to happen. Jordan is in, swing and a miss from Pant, just trying to flay this through the covers without moving his feet, and it's through to the wicketkeeper Jos Buttler, and there is no run. 57 for 3.
Yeah, just mixing up his pace really well there, Chris Jordan. He does bowl a lot of cutters, but that 142 clicks, just sort of beating him for pace, really. Don't really move his feet, just use his hand, that hand-eye coordination that Pant has very, very well. It's good bowling. Needs to back it up now.
Jordan waits at the end of his mark. Now comes in again, round the wicket. Pant working it to the leg side. It's going to be fielded at backward square leg by David Malan. It's just a single, 58 for 3. And as Alex Tudor was just mentioning, Chris Jordan changing up the speeds. 127 kilometres an hour. The first ball, 143 for the second, and 131 for the third. I guess the cardinal sin that we've all learnt in T20 cricket, Alex, is don't be predictable. If they know what's coming down, they can do something about it. 16 kilometres an hour difference between the first and the second, and then you suddenly think, well, where's he going from here? It's the right-handed Kohli facing Jordan. A little bit leg-side-ish, he's gone across. It's taken, I think, the thigh pad on the way through. It lands short of Jos Buttler, who covers it up, stops it going away. It's obviously brushed something on the way through, because the umpire hasn't signalled wide. And we all know anything down the leg side nowadays gets called straight away. It wasn't, it was bat. That was down the leg side again. There's something about Virat Kohli and down the leg side at the moment. He was put down by Jos Buttler on Sunday. That one didn't carry, though. Kohli waits. bat raised, waiting for Jordan.
Swings into the leg side. Now it's gone high. I'm not sure it's got the distance. It hasn't got the distance to go all the way. It's a one bounce four, but he's picked a really good spot because there's a man pretty square at square leggish and a long on, which means deep mid wicket, cow corner kind of area is open. And Virat Kohli doesn't often go for cow corner, but he executes beautifully on this occasion for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a great shot. A lot of bottom hand in that shot there. Just sort of fetching it, come onto my side. Fantastic shot. I think he's disappointed with the ball before, actually. That he didn't sort of hit that for a 4 or 6 as he did on Sunday when Chris Jordan sort of erred in that line and just sort of missed out. So I think there was a lot of violence in that shot.
Jordan in again. Kohli with another glorious cover drive. It's well fielded by Owen Morgan inside the circle in the extra cover, and they'll complete the over. 11 gone on TalkSport 2. India put into bat by England are 62 for 3. Virat Kohli has 18 from 17 balls faced, and Rishabh Pant, who will be on strike for the first ball of the 12th, has 23 from 19.
Good ball to finish off there from Chris Jordan. 2 overs for 7 with the 1 wicket. Be happy with that. As you said, with this partnership's massive for India now. As I said, if they come back together for another 5 overs or so, it'll give India a chance to sort of, as I say, maybe get up to that. All right, do I change my my prediction now, Macca? Maybe 130, sort of 140. But they do have power in their lower order. With Sherjai coming in and Hardik's a very destructive player, and if he can get going, I mean, no ground in world cricket is big enough for that guy.
England came into the game with 6 bowlers available, and Sam Curran, the 6th, is about to bowl his first over. Adil Rashid bowled 3, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Chris Jordan and Ben Stokes, each with 2 so far. Jared.
Macca, since you and I are experts on bad club cricket, this is what happens in bad club cricket when suddenly someone goes up to the captain and goes, you know you haven't given Sam an over yet.
Or you do realise you picked Sam.
he's going to have to bowl, mate. Otherwise, he's come all the way from the other side of town. He had a work thing this morning, and he's moved it over.
He's due to be on tees next week as well. We've got to keep him happy. Sam Curran then to bowl to Rishabh Pant, left-hander to left-hander over the wickets, and Rishabh Pant is guiding this one to points. They'll take 1 and come back for a second. Pant goes to 23. Oh, it's a bit of a misfield. Now there's a yes-no interlude. There could be a run out. There is. Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant have got themselves in a tangle, and Pant has run himself out, going for a third on Jos Buttler's attempted flick at the end of the second. The ball got away from the stumps. They've called for a third. The ball then got flung back in, went to Sam Curran, who runs Rishabh Pant out by about 1.5 feet.
That is that's not good. That is not great. I mean, listen, it was a run 2, but Virat being Virat, Rishabh Pant got in on his 2. He's gone past the stumps. But obviously, with the little bit of a misfield, as we were just sort of watching it now, he's gone past the stumps, not even thinking of it, and he's running in treacle to try and get back for that third. He is running extremely slow for that third one. It is a bad one because he was looking in good nick, and they needed him to carry on for a long while.
I don't know if you've been on social media last week, Chews, when there was a clip from the European cricket where there was a drop catch followed by 2 runner. Yeah. There's a bit of that there in that Rishabh suddenly went, you can't be serious, and Virat was already coming, so he went, I'm going to have to run. The only thing that could have happened then was Sam Curran headbutting the ball. Otherwise, that was always out. It really did look like some invisible force was holding Rishabh back. He had already given up.
Well, that was basically club cricket, and that's being rude to club cricket. That was awful. That really was awful, and really what India did not need. Well, Shreyas Iyer is going to be coming to the crease. He got 67 out of 124 in that first game. He was not out 8 in the second. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, and we know Virat Kohli's an emotional man. Virat will be ticking, absolutely ticking after that. That is absolute Fred Carnot stuff. What were they doing there? Right, 64 for 4, India. Second ball of the 12th over, and Sam Curran will bowl left arm over to Virat Kohli, who's walking down the pitch to meet Sam Curran there. He's punched to mid-on. Will be fielded by Jofra Archer. Single taken, 65 for 4, and it'll bring Shreyas Iyer back on strike. The interesting thing was, they were ambling the second as it was. And Virat wasn't that interested. He was the one who then called for the third. And Pant was so far past the stumps, he's had to run about 28 yards.
He was next to the ball, so he knew exactly where it was and how far he was from the other end at that point. All he had to say was, no. No.
But it's Virat. Sam Curran is in, bowl it. That's a beautiful shot from Shreyas Iyer. First ball, he's punched just wide of Chris Jordan, and Chris Jordan's giving up with 5 yards to go to the boundary. That's a lovely shot from Shreyas Iyer. He's got 4, India 69 for 4.
Yeah, it's a quality cover drive, and that just shows the quality of the young man and why the Indian fans and the players in their side think highly of him. Quality, proper cricket stroke. Not manufactured, just what you would see in a test arena. Gorgeous. Most probably the sort of extra covers, most probably too not straight enough, too square.
Curran goes in again. Shreyas just drops at his toes. Boundary ball before, drops at his toes, takes a comfortable single. No problem with that one. And it's 5 from 2 balls. India 70 for 4.
Just to properly dissect that run out. So obviously Pant should have said no and was in no fit state to run again. Virat shouldn't have called yes in the first place. But how sloppy was it from Jos Buttler as well to just sort of flick that ball behind? There was no chance really of a run out there. It was a very sloppy bit of cricket, kind of all round, until he made up for it at the end. Unless that was his plan, Macca.
Well, yeah, lulled them in perfectly. Sam Curran in, ran about the left hip of Virat Kohli, turning to square leg, and will take a single. 71 for 4 are India. Virat Kohli goes to 20, and the TV company are showing this run out for about the 5th time. So for the second run, Rishabh Pant makes his ground with Virat about 5 yards short, but Rishabh Pant is at the edge of the square. There's about 5 or 6 yards of run out after the stumps, and he's level with the outfield.
Also, I don't know if you saw that.
Curran goes in, and Shreyas will just drop into the offside to complete the 12th over. 71 for 4, no run.
That was Rishabh. Virat stops. Virat wanted the run and called yes. He runs down and he stops when he realises there's not a run there. I don't think Rishabh ever looks up again. He's just off.
It's just the way he ran that third run. I was just looking at his age here, because he's 23. He was running like he's older than my mother. Honestly, he was running in treacle. It was really bad. But as you say, when you see the big man running towards you, he most probably panicked. As you said, he wasn't looking. When he looked up, he's thinking, "Oh crumbs, I need to get going." But the way he was running, honestly.
Oh dear. Well, there you go. It's 12 overs, all going on. Let's bring Steve Harmison in at this point.
Yeah, he did look as though he was running. His feet were going, but there wasn't much going between his legs. And Cheltenham's on at the minute. He was trying to get up the hill. It's just heavy going for him. He's got a jockey on his back, and he couldn't get up the hill. Oh, what a break for England, though.
Absolutely. Adil Rashid's going to bowl his final over of the innings, and he's going to start to Virat Kohli. Be clipped through mid-wicket. Sam Curran will come around from long on, so it's just a single. 73 for 4, 72 for 4, sorry, as the single is taken. He's bowled well again, Adil Rashid, this evening. 0 for 24 he has so far. Now, Ben Stokes is going to go into slip for Shreyas Iyer. And in comes Rashid, right arm over. It's a sort of a front foot guide to third man from Shreyas, opening the blade. There's a bit of a yes-no on that one as well. Can't even blame the fans this evening, because a couple of days ago 67,500 people were screaming and shouting. There's no problem with that this evening. Well, there'll be an inquest, I'm absolutely sure. Rashid is in, quicker one to Shreyas. It's hit up to mid-on. Sam Curran will do the fielding. Single taken, 73 for 4.
Yeah, Adil Rashidi's bowled very, very well, and it's turned for Rashid. And just again the conundrum: do you play the extra seamer? Do you play the extra spinner? This will be playing in Morgan's mind, especially for going forward. This will be the end of this over, the 13th over, and he's got no spin bowlers left to go in the game. So I'm sure he would love another spin option in the.
Rashid is in, googly to Kohli, hit straight to the fielder at points. Jason Roy, and there's no run.
And I'm sure he would like another spin option. I think that's what Joe Root gave you when Joe Root played 2020 cricket. So end of the 13th over, and no spin options left in India. Going through Owen Morgan's mind, trying to balance his side.
Rashid is in, Kohli comes down the pitch to meet it, clips to long on. It's just a single, 74 for 4. Kohli goes to 22 at a runner ball and brings Shreyas Iyer back on strike.
Kohli looks good, he looks comfortable, he looks balanced, looks as though he's got the bit between his teeth, carrying on from Sunday night. Looked in perfectly good order on Sunday night after he got dropped from Jos Buttler, and again he nearly got him exactly the same way again, caught down leg side, got a glove on it, but just dropped short of the wicketkeeper.
Final ball of the 13th. Oh my goodness, what a ripper that is from Adil Rashid to finish off his evening's work. Rips one off round about middle and leg, past Shreyas Iyer's outside edge. 13 overs gone, India 74 for 4. You're listening to commentary of the third T20 between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. It is, of course, writing with an edge. Jared Kimber is our analyst.
That's the first over in this innings where Adil Rashid bowled more leg spinners than wrong-uns. So up until this point, he bowled a lot of wrong-uns, a couple of top spinners and sliders as well. But it's all about the matchups for him. And so many of these England cricketers now, they just play the percentages so well. So the analysts have said to them, against Virat, you don't want to spin the ball away from Virat. You actually want to spin it back into him. So even if that sounds weird, that's what you want to go with. For the left-hander, again, you want to spin it away from him. And we even saw them do it with Rohit Sharma, which I thought was quite interesting. That might have something to do with the new ball and extra bounce as well. But essentially, it's not that Adil Rashid's not just coming in and going, I'm going to bowl extra wrong-uns today. He usually bowls 25%. My guess is he bowled about 50% today.
0 for 26 from his 4 overs today. 9 dot balls in that, and Sam Curran will continue for his second over. It's Virat Kohli coming down the pitch. Sam Curran sees him coming, fires it in leg side. It'll brush off the pads of Virat Kohli, go away through very fine leg. Jos Buttler hasn't got a prayer of stopping that, and that's away for 4 leg byes. India 78 for 4 in the 14th on TalkSport 2.
A little bit unlucky there for Sam, because he's seen Virat Kohli come. Virat Kohli does come down the wicket a lot. He does go early as well, and he looks to open up the offside. But this time Sam's chucked it down the leg side, followed him, just hit the pad and rolled past Jos Buttler. Unlucky by Sam Curran.
Curran goes in again. Kohli gives himself some space to the leg side so he can hit inside out. Will clear cover. Bairstow will field on the cover sweeping boundary, and they'll come back for a couple. India 80 for 4.
And this will be the over that Virat Kohli. Jared talks about matchups, talking about Rashid turning the ball back into Kohli. Kohli's probably looking at Sam Curran's over and thinking, right, Sam Curran's over and possibly Ben Stokes' over are the ones to go, these next two, because after that Jordan's very, very good at the death, and you've got the 2 fast lads.
Curran goes in. Kohli's come down the pitch, swings hard. Goes through to Jos Buttler. Buttler appeals for a catch behind. There's nothing on that. But again, Virat Kohli, it was almost sounding the bugle. He was properly charging at Sam Curran there.
It's also about the angle, isn't it? He wants to hit over the offside. He wants to slice it. I think they might have third man up as well. So he's really taken this opportunity. He was very upset that he missed that. I was actually at the game. He never used to hit through the offside like that at all. I was at the game where he did it for the first time, which was it was almost like a knockout game of the World T20 in 2016 against Australia, and he blitzed them, and they basically went, well, bowl wide Yorkers to him, because that's what everyone was doing, and he just went 4.
Curran goes in again, short ball. Virat Kohli with a tennis shot into the leg side. Ben Stokes will field at long on, and it's 1. Oh, and Virat's got a bit of a hump on there because Shreyas Iyer has not wanted to come back for the second. It's only 1, it's 81 for 4.
Sorry, Mark, he's ticking here, Virat Kohli. He's just ran Rishi Pant out. It was Virat's fault. He wants to. Shreyas Iyer's ran well first run, and it wasn't 2. There wasn't 2. Ben Stokes has got ball in hand. He is ticking the Indian captain here. He's not very happy, whether it's the pressure of running somebody out, which I wouldn't have thought it would be, or he knows his team's behind the 8 ball. He feels as though Sam Curran's the one that needs to go, and he needs to take responsibility, the Indian captain, to really sort of ram home the advantage for his team.
Third boundary rider on the leg side going out for Shreyas Iyer as Sam Curran goes in. Well pitched up, leg stump, and so it's just hit down to long on where Ben Stokes is stationed for a single. Shreyas goes to 7, India 82 for 4. Jared.
That's what he didn't want to happen. That's a half volley on leg stump. They've got everyone back in the leg side, whereas he's giving himself room. But Iyer, the sort of batsman that he is just like, well, I'm just going to knock that to long on for 1. They don't want to waste any deliveries of Sam Curran here.
Final ball of Curran's second over. He's gone for 13 so far. India's run rate, as we approach the end of the 14th over, is still below 6. And Sam Curran's just having a chat with Owen Morgan about how they approach this, and they are going to change the field. So we'll just get a bit of a pause. By the way, India got into trouble the other day with their over rate. So a bit of a warning from that. Unlike the IPL, they don't have a clock on display in this, so they can actually see how long you've got in terms of the time, so it's down to the umpires. Sam Curran will resume, and Kohli's coming down the pitch and whacking this with a horizontal bat down to Chris Jordan at long off to complete the over. So it ends with a single, 9 from the over in total, 14 gone here on TalkSport 2. India 83 for 4. Kohli has 26 from 27 balls and will be facing. Shreyas Iyer has 7 from 7, and this is Steve Harmison.
Fantastic over there by Sam Curran in the context of the game, only going at 6 and over. Followed Virat Kohli, full leg, down leg side. He's trying to cramp him for room, and Sam Curran's done well there. Because Virat Kohli probably sees Sam Curran's 2 overs, that last one there, and possibly one more that Sam bowls, is the ones that need to go. We all talk match up now, match up. Well, what England have got to come in Archer and Wood, probably 2 or 3 from them at 90 plus mile an hour. We've seen what happened at the start, and then probably 2 from Jordan to finish the game off. A very, very good death bowler. India will probably think we missed a trick here by not taking Sam Curran down for more than double figures in an over, because that was the big over for India.
6 to go, and Mark Wood is back. 2 for 10 from 2 overs. He's going to be bowling to Kohli. Deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket out on the boundary as Mark Wood sets off. Virat Kohli swinging hard into the leg side. Not actually timed it that brilliantly, so it'll bounce and bobble out to Sam Curran, who's at mid-wicket, and it's a single, 84 for 4. Kohli goes to 27.
Yeah, I don't mind this plan from Mark Wood. He's putting all his eggs in one basket here. He's basically saying to both Indian batsmen, I'm going to bowl 90 mile an hour plus, I'm going to bowl back of a length or bouncer, and I've got 3 men on the leg side on the boundary. If you hit me for 6, I'll doff my cap and say it's a good shot. If you don't quite get it right, I'm going to get you out. And at 84 for 4, a wicket here for England, and you'd think that's game, set and match.
Well, the square boundaries are about 70 metres today from this pitch. Shreyas is on strike, so Mark Wood goes in. That's a very good ball, round about the top of off stump. Shreyas has turned it into the onside. They're going to take one and take on the Johnny Bairstow arm for a second. Bairstow gets a good throw in. Owen Morgan whips off the bails at the non-striker's end, but the batsmen are home safely enough. Shreyas goes to 9, India 86-4.
And because of that plan that Mark Wood's looking, Johnny Bairstow has to be on the boundary, because they don't want a ball to go for 6. They want to be able to take a catch, but because the boundaries are that big, it does give India a chance to get 2. So Bairstow has to position himself perfectly in a way that he thinks, well, I don't want the ball to go over my head and bounce and look foolish, but I still want to be trying to stop 2, trying to put pressure on by not letting the batsman get an easy another run.
India made a change today. Suryakumar Yadav was left out to get Rohit Sharma back in as Mark Wood is on his way back in. Shreyas Iyer steps back, carves this into the offside. He's carved it straight to backward point, and he's caught by David Malan. And Mark Wood has another one. He pumps his right fist. India are 86 for 5, and Shreyas Iyer has gone for 9. Mark Wood now has 3 for 13.
That's exactly what we're saying, Macca. We're going to hit the pitch hard. Are you good enough to hit it for 6? 70 metres, square of the wicket. I'm going to put pace on it. Which way do you go? He did a little soft shoe shuffle there, did Shreyas Iyer. He went outside off stump to then backpedal a little bit off balance, and he's just he's not top edged it, he's middled it, and he's hit it straight up in the air, gone high to deep point. And the way the boundaries are on this ground, you've got to hit it absolutely perfect to hit it for 6 square of the wicket, because if not, you're in trouble. And that's what happened there, and India are in serious trouble now at 86 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
Worth mentioning, they actually had 1 foot off the pitch when he hit that. He ended up in so many... I mean, he took about 9 steps to get to a position. He went one way, then the other. I think that was a good wicket for India, because I think getting Hardik in here, I think it was a mistake not to send Hardik up. They already knew they were under the score. They didn't need another anchor to come in and score 9 off 9. What they needed was the biggest chance to get a score that was going to actually win them this game was going to be Hardik to come in, face 30 balls and end up with 60 or 70 runs. And I think that they've just left it a little bit late now. He might be able to do some damage and annoy England, but I don't think he'll be able to take the game away from them from here.
Well, the two call for school Hardik Pandya has arrived. He's been sitting watching the game on top of the advertising hoarding and on top of the electronic screen at the side of the pitch, just sort of sitting, wafting his bat around. He's out in the middle. He made 19 from 21 balls in the first game and wasn't needed to bat in the second.
I get that, Jared, but if you've got Wood 2, Archer 2 at 90 plus mile an hour, you're going to have to come in pretty much straight away and hit 6s from ball 1. That's a big ask.
It's Kohli on strike because they cross with the ball in the air. Mark Wood goes in, short ball. It's a quick ball as well, and Kohli plays the pull. Johnny Bairstow gets it on the square leg boundary, single taken.
But that's why you bring Hardik in before this. If this is the case, he could have already faced those 9 balls. He might have, put a bit of a hole in England. Now he's going to have to come in with 5.5 overs left, and he's going to have to hit from ball 1. I'm not saying he can't do it, because we've seen him play some incredible innings, but I just think if you really wanted to win this game from the position they're in, Hardik had to come up the order. There's no point having 2 similar batsmen chewing up dot balls, and that's what India have done. That's the problem with their lineup. They have too many guys who chew up dot balls when they have great hitters out of this team.
I was just about to say, is that the lineup selection in the lineup that's the issue here, not actually the personnel, the person that's coming in. Like we talked about Ben Stokes and batting at that number 6 spot. It has to be a specific way of playing to bat in that area. It's such a difficult spot to nail down.
Slip in place for Mark Wood as he goes in, and Hardik Pandya swings and misses at this one, and it's through to Joss Buttler. Not often do you get a slip in the 15th over of a T20 game, but at 87 for 5 and a bowler bowling absolute flames, you stick him in.
And the person that we talked about before the game that does it probably the best in world cricket is Karen Pollard. But Hardik Pandya is in there in that category as well, because the bat 5 and 6 for the Mumbai Indians. So coming in actually at number 7 is probably no good for this Indian team.
No, in this particular case, it's certainly too low. In other cases, you could see it would work perfectly. But I think right here, right now, they were so far behind the run rate. They're still not over a run a ball at this point. You had to get the guy in who was going to make the biggest difference as quickly as possible. Even if they wanted to send Washington Sundar in or Shardul up the order, they had to do something, and they didn't.
Final ball of the 15th over. Mark Wood goes in quick, and Hardik Pandya, you can hear him growling at himself because he swung and missed at that one. He's disappointed. He didn't get anywhere near it. It was over 152 kilometres an hour, that from Mark Wood. It's an absolute flame of a delivery. 15 overs gone. 87 for 5 are India. Kohli has 28. Hardik Pandya is yet to score. Some more thoughts from Steve Harmison, and Guy Swindles is going to have 5 overs of fun to see you through to the end of this innings.
Yeah, he swung and missed at that, and there was an anguish because it hit Joss Butler's gloves before he got his bat down. It was a beauty by Mark Wood. 152 kilometres an hour. Just talking with Jared there, you had difference coming in when Sam Curran or Adil Rashid's bowling to get your eye in. When you're coming in and the ball is at 90 mile an hour, well, we've seen how difficult it was for the 2 openers at the start of the day. Now we're seeing how Hardik's going to find it against Wood, and now probably against Archer as well.
Well, Mark Wood has been simply exceptional.
Hey, how you doing there, Guy? Looks like you've lost your voice.
Sorry, am I speaking very quietly? India 87 for 5.
There he is.
Oh, so nice when my voice works again. This odd larynx I have. Mr. Tudor, great to see you back. Alex Tudor, former England fast bowler, also joining us for the final 5 overs. We've got wheels at both ends as it's Archer down the leg side. It will be called a wide, but it was a flick and a miss from Kohli. It almost, in this form of the game, it is always a wide when you bowl down the leg side, but it's almost the best way to get Kohli out at the moment. He always plays that flick. We've seen him dropped in one match. And Owen Morgan goes to get the ball. Little word with his fast bowler, but Mark Wood cranking it up at 95 miles an hour in old money in that last over, as it's in again, and that's brilliant from Kohli. He steps outside, he goes over the fielder at long on, and what a shot that is by the Indian captain against a quick delivery from Jofra Archer. He stepped outside leg stump and just slapped it over long on for 4.
Now, it was a fantastic shot there by Virat Kohli. I think what Kohli's looking at now is he knows England are going to try and bowl short to him. This is a slower ball. They've got a man inside the ring on the offside. I think what England want to do is try and bowl at Kohli's sort of ribcage, sort of grill of the helmet area, so they can hit him on the leg side. Kohli did brilliantly there. He waited, picked the slower ball, opened up the offside and hit it for 4.
Archer in again, nothing slow about that particular delivery as he cranks it up, and Kohli cannot attack it, just plays it pretty much down in front of him, and Archer picks up, and Kohli says that ball did rear up. And England, when they've got the 2 pace men working as they are at the moment, Wood and Archer, it is it's something special to watch.
I love these slower balls, but I'm sorry, if I'm bowling...
In again. Oh, and it's gone straight up in the air. Now, where's this ball gone? Will it be safe? It is safe for 6. And it's one of those extraordinary shots. It's, if you're going to have a flash hard, and that's exactly what Virat Kohli did. And without knowing really where the ball was going, it's gone back over his head and landed for 6. Jofra Archer has a wry smile, but he gets away with a big top edge, does Virat Kohli.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He's bowled a ball cross seam. Virat's played that bottom hand where he gets his hands for it very, very quickly. It's hit the edge of his bat. That just tells you how big the bats are now, and it's flown miles, like I reckon 10 rows back.
I think it's hit the back of his bat. It actually I think it's hit the back of his bat. Come in when you were kids' tunes and you played Hill or Holler for who bats first.
Yeah.
Archer in again, and that's pulled from just outside off stump into the leg side. Thought about 2, but there was only 1 there in the end. And Virat Kohli, who's batting very nicely, we've seen a 4 and a 6 already off Archer from him this over. 1 shot meant, 1 not. Settles for a single this time, and it'll be Hardik Pandya to face.
Well, as I was saying, going back to the early one when he hit Jofra over mid-off for 4, I love the slower balls, and I love how the guys, don't want to be predictable. But I'm sorry, if I'm bowling at 90 plus mile an hour, that's what I'm going to be bowling. Back of a length, sort of waist height, and if they hit me, I say, well, congratulations, but I'll be doing that more often than not.
Well, at the moment, that has been England's mantra, and it's worked pretty well. It's 99 for 5, India. Archer in again, and Hardik Pandya leans back to try and play the uppercut, but gets nothing on it, and the score remains 99 for 5.
I think that's what they're trying to tell Jofra as well now. So they had mid-off up when they did that, and he backed away and hit it over mid-off because there was pace off the ball. And now Owen Morgan's brought mid-on up as well, as if to say, look, mate, you don't need to worry about that end of the pitch. If you could just stick here and keep bowling at this pace, they might get a couple away, but at least they can set the field correctly for it. And if Hardik wants to flap that one back over the mid-off and mid-on at this pace, good luck.
Jofra Archer then steaming in again, and that's flicked out into the offside, and Hardik Pandya does get off the mark on the 4th ball he's faced. It'll only be a single. The 100 comes up at the end of the 16th over. India 100 for 5. Virat Kohli holding the innings together, the skipper, 39 off 33. Hardik Pandya 1 off the 4 balls he's faced. And England, well, they're in a wonderful position at the moment, and India, well, they need something very special indeed from these final 4 overs if they're to put real pressure, you feel, on the England batting lineup. But with Virat Kohli, there's still that chance.
The game's moved on, just going back to the lads who are bowling extremely quick. I think sometimes you can get a little bit too clever for it. All these slower balls, slower bouncers, back of the hand, cutters, whatever. I just think if the wicket allows it, and I think it was on the second, maybe the first game, where all you needed to do was bowl hard into your length, and the wicket did enough. I think sometimes you can get too funky with it. And batsmen now, basically, if you bowl your quicker ball, that's the surprise. Batsmen are now lining you up saying, right, he bowls a slow ball, bowls a slow ball. I just think if you have that ability, which not a lot of bowlers around the world can do, bowl 90 plus, then do that. If you can bowl fast, bowl fast. It's only 4 overs you got to bowl. You know, I want to see more Yorkers. I mean, where's all the Yorkers gone?
Well, in comes Chris Jordan, who's not quite as fast, but he's pretty pacey, and that's pitched up and is driven to mid-on, and there will just be a single to Hardik Pandya.
I think on this surface, England don't believe that Yorkers are needed, because they didn't bowl them in the other game either, did they? So I just think they're taking a punt on that. But the 90 mile an hour thing it's a fair thing. In this particular case, it looked like they have 2/3 men. They never showed us on TV, did they? No, but I think it's just bolt at his body really quick, and if he wants to swing, chances are he'll let it straight up in the air.
And the feet do funny things. Batsmen's feet, they start sort of predicting, like moving to one side or the other. We saw it with Kohli in the first game. He also did it.
Jordan in again to Kohli. Kohli comes down the wicket and plays a flat bat tennis shot that is fielded by Jordan off his own bowling, and there won't be a run, so a very valuable dot ball.
Best in the business.
That's an incredible bit of fielding, isn't it? I'm not sure he saved a run there, because I think Midoff might have got there, but the fact that he can get a hand on that coming back at that pace is ridiculous.
Best in the business. I'm telling you that now.
England very lucky to have Chris Jordan, who is coming in to bowl again now. Third ball of this over, and that's on the leg stump, and it's been flicked away, and I think all the way, yes, all the way. And the moment he bowled that ball, he knew he was in a spot of bother, and Virat Kohli clambered in and said thank you very much, and flicks it over deep square for a maximum. Kohli moves to 45, India to 107 for 5.
Yeah, that's a great shot. CJ, more than most, sees the batsman move, followed him, but Kohli just picked him up with that bottom hand swivel. It's like a shot of disrespect, hit him around deep square, going all the way. Great shot. Jordan under pressure now, midway through his over.
Brilliant shot by Virat Kohli, who's trying to just put the bowlers off their stride at the moment, quite understandably. He's hit a couple of sixes already. One he meant, one he didn't, and that's wide, and maybe given as a wide. Yes, it is. Jordan a bit upset about it, because it was probably within the line, but they're given those wides these days.
Well, he's bowled that, hasn't he? Because the last ball he followed him and he's hit it for 6. But I want to ask you about this, Judes. My theory is that most average batsmen back away when they come down the wicket to give themselves room, or they hope that the ball is following them. Virat is so good that he doesn't mind which you do. Because if you bowl wide, he'll slice you over backward point for 4 or 6. And if you follow him, he'll just flick it around the corner for 6. There aren't that many guys who can play in both directions.
Listen, he ain't the GOAT for no reason. This guy is phenomenal. He's absolutely phenomenal. I love watching him play.
Chris Jordan then in again. And that is pushed out, treated with respect, pitched up. And just the single this time for Kohli, who moves on to 46. And India 109 for 5 with a couple of balls left of this 17th over.
And the thing I love about him, he's so intense, isn't he? he's so intense. It's just it might be a put off for some people, but for me, I love that in a batter. Normally you get that in a bowler, but he's like a fast bowler in a bat. You know what I mean? When he's batting a batsman's body, it's just everything. You could just see if he's disappointed that only went for a single, he didn't hit that for 4.
Jordan into Hardik Pandya, and Pandya tries to smash him back over his head. It does go out too deep. Well, sort of fine leg in the end, and Adil Rashid rushes round and does well to actually keep them down to a single. But
he didn't do well to keep them down to a single, guy. Hardik Pandya dropped his bat and fell over, I think you'll find. I'm not sure what happened exactly, but all I could see is that Hardik's bat was about 2 metres behind the stumps there.
Well, we were concentrating on Adil Rashid's response, so England got away with one then, because there were probably 2. As it is, it's brought Kohli back to face the final ball of this over from Chris Jordan, which has been a little bit more expensive than most we have seen. 13 from it already so far.
Don't go for a boundary. How many times do we see it? The last ball of an over, you're trying to get out that over, it goes for a boundary. What's Chris Jordan got for us here?
Jordan in again, and that is weighted on by Kohli, and then Kohli bisects two fielders, and that is something very, very special from a very special batsman. What a way to bring up your 50 from 37 deliveries from Virat Kohli. It really has been a masterclass, and it included 5 fours, a couple of sixes, and has come off just 37 deliveries, delivering just when his team needed it.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable from the GOAT. He's unbelievable. He's fantastic. And as you said, he waited for that slower ball. And again, using his wrists, that bottom hand coming through the ball, flying over cow corner for 4. And as I was saying, Chris Jordan, it was so important for him to try and get out that over as a bowler. Been in that situation so many times, saying, don't go for a boundary, don't go for a boundary. And unfortunately, he did. So that was a great over for India.
Well, you're listening to commentary of the second T20 between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team, led by Lizzie Ammon and former captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook. But it's the current Indian captain Virat Kohli who is causing England problems at the moment. In an Indian innings where has seen most of the other batsmen struggle, 114 for 5, he is 50 not out, and getting better and better as this innings goes on. Mark Wood has been summoned back for his final over. He's bowled superbly so far. He has the figures of 3 for 14 from his first 3 overs, and it is Wood in again, and that is punched by Hardik Pandya, 1 bounce to Jofra Archer at mid-off, no run.
And that's what we're talking about. Hardik's actually played that pretty well. So what he's done is he's given himself a bit of room. He knows that mid-off is the place to play that flat batted shot. But Mark Wood's just so quick that even he hasn't been able to lift it, he hasn't been able to get under it, and so he's hit it straight to mid-off for no run. So that's what they're trying to do. And a lot of this comes from one-day cricket. You don't see this tactic as much in T20. You do see it a lot in one-day cricket where fast bowlers bang the ball in with mid-off and mid-on up. So it's quite risky for England, but so far it's worked pretty well, I would say.
Wood in again. Pandya cuts this away this time. But there is a man in the deep, Johnny Bairstow. So although he's middled 2 from Mark Wood, Hardik Pandya, all he's got from the first 2 balls is 1 run to show for his efforts.
He looks like a good tennis player though, doesn't he, Guy?
Certainly that forehand is coming along very well indeed. There might have been a bit of top spin on that one as he kept the ball low out to the sweeper. But Mark Wood's excellent match continues now. Can Virat Kohli rearrange Mark Wood's figures in these final few deliveries? Jofra Archer is looking on. We're looking on. What a great duel it is between the best bowler so far on the pitch, Mark Wood, and the best batsman by a distance, Virat Kohli, in this third T20 on TalkSport 2 as Wood's in again. Kohli steps outside off and pulls him over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Wood is bowling at 90 miles an hour and he treated him like an off-spinner.
That's phenomenal. But nothing this guy does it's like you just expect the brilliance from this man. He has everything, every shot, 360 player. As you say, Mark Wood's bowling express 90 plus miles an hour. He just steps across to the offside and fetches him and hits him deep into deep square for 6 runs. That's fantastic. Pressure on the bowler halfway through his over.
And nothing really that Mark Wood did wrong there at all. He bowled a decent back of the length delivery outside off stump. He's caused people a lot of trouble there so far. I guess Kohli may have known what was coming, but...
Well, that's the problem with this field, is he has to bowl those balls, doesn't he? He has to bowl back to the length, and Kohli knew, but it's still incredible to pull that off.
So Mark Wood in again, bowling fuller this time, and Kohli just launches him back over his head for another maximum. Forced to pitch it up because Kohli had treated his short ball with disdain. And the length delivery has also gone for 6 runs as well. Kohli in fantastic form, moves on to 62 from just 39. And Wood, who had given away 14 runs in his first 3 overs, has given away 13 runs in his last 3 balls.
The thing I enjoyed most about that shot, that's a proper cricket shot. All right, there's no aggression. All he's done, he's bowling fast as Mark Wood. He's just picked him up left. The ball's full in length. He's able to get underneath it, and he just check-drived him to long off for 6. That's fantastic batting, and that's why, for me, this guy's the GOAT.
Well, watching him when he's in this sublime form, As Wood in again, and that this time is a slightly ugly shot, but it's carved away for 4 more. It's not the elegance we have seen from Kohli, but it's effective, and it's 4 more as a thickish outside edge goes square for 4. Wood feels he had a slight moral victory there, but doesn't really matter. And the 17 comes off the over now.
And as I keep saying, I've watched a lot of T20 cricket now, and there's always an over that could change a game, especially in a low-scoring game, and it could be this one. This is phenomenal from Virat Kohli, and as we said, he can always go through the gears, and he's going through the gears for his team here.
He really is. You feel for Mark Wood. He'd bowled 20 of his 24 deliveries, and they'd cost 15 runs, and his last 3 have gone for 16. So it is Mark Wood who is final ball of this over, final ball of his spell, having seen his figures rearranged by Kohli. Oh, and this time he does Kohli for pace. It's short, it's fast. Kohli tries to play the ramp. You heard his shriek of frustration as he was beaten, and Mark Wood gets a good one to finish, but bit of damage done. 131 for 5 now, India after 18.
Really interesting in that over, the sort of the cat and mouse there. So essentially they have set the field up for this short fast ball, and by Virat walking across the stumps and taking on the field and playing that to the one gap that he could see, it completely upset Mark Wood. Mark Wood then goes for probably for the Yorker next ball, gets it wrong, and Virat just goes, well, I'm just going to ping this with an elbow up in the air. And that means that the following ball, Mark Wood has to try and go for something completely different, and he reacts to Kohli again. And in those 3 balls, it has just changed the dynamics. I still don't think, unless they go completely crazy for the next 12 balls, they're going to get enough. But they have now, at the very least, they've upset that theory, and now they're going to make England think about what they do for the next 12 balls. Whereas before, I think they were just going to keep hitting the middle of the wicket.
I have to say, when Alex Tudor was talking about India getting 160 halfway through this match, and that's a super delivery from Jofra Archer. It's too quick for Hardik Pandya. It's through him into the gloves of Jos Buttler, no run. But when halfway point it was 55 for 3 and you were talking about 160, I was going, really? As it is, thanks to Virat Kohli, they've given themselves a sniff of making England chase certainly more than 150. But now it's Jofra Archer, and he needs to try and slow the bleeding a bit at the moment. And this time it's carved away by Hardik Pandya, and he's carried all the way to the boundary for 6, and suddenly the short deliveries that have been so effective earlier in this innings are beginning to be carted, and Hardik Pandya has just put that one away for a maximum. And after just 4 runs from his first 9, he's 10 from 10. And we've seen 3 maximums in the last 6 deliveries. Brilliant from these 2 Indian batsmen. And the pressure back on England for the first time, really, in this innings.
That's the only downside of bowling express pace. If a batsman's going to swing hard, and the ball is going to fly. That has gone down to third man. There's no reason why it should do. But when you're bowling with that pace, and as you said, it only went 60 metres. I mean, don't get me started about some of these boundaries. don't let me go down there. But that's fantastic. And this is the impetus that India needed, as you said. You know, you feel that it might not be enough, but it gives them a chance, doesn't it?
I think this is where England have to go Yorkers and probably knuckleballs for Jofra as well. They're going to have to do something else. I don't think they can keep doing this, because Hardik didn't even get anywhere near the middle of that. If he gets near the middle of that, well, you know, they're going to have to build a bigger stadium, Guy.
Well, they're having a look at the ball. It's now been wiped. The 50 partnership has come up of just 25 balls, of which Hardik has only scored 10. So just to show how dominant Virat Kohli has been in this innings, in a total of 137 for 5, he has scored 66 of 41 deliveries, 6 fours, 4 sixes. But Hardik Pandya, after a scratchy start, has got going, you feel. Jofra Archer needs to stop him. England need to stop him. Archer in again, and that is closer to the batsman. Again, he tries to just swing and see what he can get on it, but he can't get anything on it. It goes through to Buttler. Dot ball.
Yeah, just changed it up. One of those where he rolls his fingers over it like a leg cutter. Just stopping in the wicket, and Pandya going for it and playing it far too early. That's where you got a mixture of pace. But I agree with you. I think sometimes, you know, you have a plan in mind, but I think especially when there's only sort of, as you say, 9 balls, 10 balls left, get that Yorker in. Let's see something different.
Jofra Archer so far, excellent figures, just 28 from his spell as he comes in for the fourth ball, and it's another dot ball. Again, it's a wild swing. Or did they manage to run through for a bye to the keeper? I think they did. Virat Kohli wanted the strike. Virat Kohli gets the strike as they take a bye to Jos Buttler, 138 for 5.
I know it's a time when it's like, try and get as many as you want, but I think in the mood that Virat's at, I think he'll be in his best interest just to get some bat on it, Hardik. I know we all know that he can clear boundaries, but I think sometimes you've got to know the situation. Your captain's on fire, give him the strike. Hardik's just trying to hit it as hard as he can. No technique, no form, and the slower balls are just outfoxing him.
Well, he's 10 off 12 as well, isn't he? So, I mean, he's not seeing the ball like Virat. So you might as well just get at the other end. To be fair, I think Virat was going to run there no matter what happened. If that was an LBW, he might have tried to change ends.
2 balls left then in this Jofra Archer over. Archer to Kohli. Kohli steps outside off, tries to swing it over to leg, and the ball somehow misses the stumps. He left them completely open. Kohli can't quite believe how he hasn't been bowled. Archer certainly can't, but he's avoided it.
He beat him outside off stump, but on the other side of his pads, if that helps anyone at home listening in.
It's good bowling. Cross-seam ball. Good bowling.
It's been a good over, actually, from Jofra Archer, hasn't it? Because, yes, there was the miss-hit 6 over the shortest boundary, but apart from that, no other runs off the bat as yet, as this time it's cut away sublimely by Virat Kohli, as commentators curse, as he just steps back and lifts it over the third man position. Couple of bounces, 4 runs, 19 overs, 142 for 5. Kohli moves to 70 off just 43 balls. Hardik Pandya is 10 not out, and a crucial last over you feel now for England, yet alone India.
Yeah, it's a good last ball there for India. As you say, as a bowler, you're trying to come out of it. You're under pressure early on when you go for that 6. He came back well. That last ball, go for a single or 2. Short ball with third man up. With Kohli, who's feeling the juice at the minute. He's not going to miss out on that. A couple of bounces, going for 4. And then now you're under pressure. This last over, Chris Jordan, what have you got? 6 balls, try and be brilliant. India going to be trying to get to sort of 150 plus. Gives their bowlers a chance.
You feel it might on this wicket because it hasn't been a big scoring wicket so far. So it is Chris Jordan who has the responsibility of the final over. He started with a wicket maiden that has now got the figures of 1 for 21 from 3, and a huge amount of pressure with Virat Kohli going like a train at the moment. It's Jordan in, and that's Pandya who just biffs him away for 6. That's just strong arm. That's bullying. That's just smashing it over cover point for 6. Oof.
That's incredible. Fantastic batting. That's where the game's changed. You wouldn't have seen this 15 years, 10 years ago. Short ball. Just sort of rocked on the back foot a little bit. Getting that elevation, using the hips. 79 yards over point. I mean...
Meters. Just not yards, meters. That's a big hit.
Some shot. Yeah, you complained about the earlier one only going over the 60 metre. He's sort of averaging out now at proper 6s.
Now as a bowler you're under pressure. Your first ball going for a boundary. This is going to show the mettle. Chris Jordan.
Jordan in for that second ball, and Pandya moves outside off and smashes it into the leg side, but there'll only be a single as Jason Roy comes up from mid-on.
I think Jordan's got away with that. Pandya knew he was going to go full and straight. He got the length wrong. It's just that Pandya whipped it. He timed it absolute pants off it, but he timed it straight to almost the second long on, isn't it? It's like a straight mid-wicket, really, or straight cow corner out on the boundary. But it was beautiful timing, so he's probably got away with one here. And I say got away with one. I mean, Virat Kohli's back on strike.
Absolutely. And a lengthy discussion now going on between Owen Morgan and Chris Jordan. How do you stop a man like Virat Kohli when he's in this kind of form? Last 4.2 overs, we've seen 62 runs. So they've been going at the thick end of 15 and over recently. As Jordan is into that man Kohli. It's wide, and Kohli just drives him out into the offside. And despite Bairstow sprinting round like Linford Christie, he can't get there. The ball's gone for 4 more, and the score goes up to 153 for 5.
So he's looking to bowl them type of deliveries. Man on the point boundary is far too square. Needs to get him straighter. Gave him too much width. Virat's front foot's nowhere near it, but good hands. Hands through the ball. He's hit it in front of square, and as I said, that point guy patrolling the boundary there, he's far too square. He needs to get in front if he's going to give that width and look to go full.
I think he was out there for the short ball, wasn't he? And he's gone for the wide Yorker and got it wrong again on the length.
Jordan in again, and Kohli is now so confident. He just moved outside off stump, so in the end just squirted the ball out onto the offside. It misses the first fielder, but they trot through for 2, and Kohli keeps the strike. Hardik running very hard to ensure he did.
It's good over, good for 4 balls for India here. Sort of followed him, gone wide. Virat just opening that blade with those hands, got great hands. Chris Jordan weren't quite happy with the guy on, would it be Jason Roy, wouldn't it, on that sort of gully area, sort of dived over it in Tudor fashion, went down like the old Tower Bridge there, and you know, he's not quite happy, but you're always under pressure, aren't you? If you go for that boundary first ball, you're always trying to clutch it back.
Also, that's probably, of the last 3 balls, that's the first ball he's put exactly where he wanted it. He wants to hit that wide line on a Yorker. He nailed it. Virat couldn't do much with it, and then it goes through the legs of the bloke at backward point. I mean, it's a terrible game. It should not be allowed.
In again, and this is a step outside, a big step outside off stump for Kohli. I think it may be a leg by, and he's furious with himself because he feels as if he's missed out as they just trot through for the 1, and it's been given as coming off the bat, but well bowled by Chris Jordan. He saw him coming and bowled the full-length ball at Kohli and stepped a good metre outside off stump.
I don't know if I've ever seen a batsman so intense. It's just written all over his face, isn't it? Not even Nasser. Nasser was nothing. He wasn't, you know, Nasser was intense maybe as maybe a captain, stuff like that, but not in his batting.
Well, it was like when they were talking about the test, how angry he was getting with the umpires. I was like, have you guys seen how he talks to his teammates?
Well, the final ball then of the Indian innings. Chris Jordan in. Hardik Pandya has just gone for the smash. He's playing tennis again, and a brilliant catch. A brilliant catch by Jofra Archer means England stop any runs coming off that final ball. Hardik Pandya goes for 17. That was an amazing catch at mid-on, diving forward from Jofra Archer to get his mate a second wicket. Chris Jordan. And India's innings, well, their first 10 overs, 55 for 3. After another 10 overs, they're 156 for 6. So 101 from those last 10 overs. All down to Virat Kohli for the second time in this T20 series. Has held his side together. 77 from 46 deliveries, 8 fours, 4 sixes. England, well, Mark Wood led the way, took 3 wickets, but England now to win this match require 157.
Brilliant there from Virat Kohli, just showing again why he's arguably the greatest batsman in the world. You know, as you said, 77 from 46 balls faced. Fantastic, gives his team a chance, an opportunity. England bowled well in patches. I mean, that first 6 overs or so was phenomenal. Great fast bowling, proper fast bowling, 90 plus miles an hour from Wood and Archer, backed up well by Adil Rashid yet again. And then India just sort of getting some momentum at the back end with Virat Kohli. As we said at the beginning, he was sort of run a ball, but never worry about that. He's got gears, and he saw a situation, and then he went to task and tucked into the England bowlers with some fantastic cricketing shots. And as you say, I think I said 160 looked quite good, didn't it? 156 for 6 off 20 overs gives them a chance, and we'll see what the Indian bowlers have got in the second half.
Yeah, you feel England will need a Kohli-like innings from somebody if they're to get near a target of 160 odd on this pitch. Jason Roy's certainly been in decent form so far in this series, couple of 40s. He's already talking though about wanting to go on and turning those into bigger scores, and he feels that is exactly what England require if they are to get a 2-1 lead in this series. It was a terrific start though from the likes of Wood and Archer, reducing India for 24 for 3 after 6 overs, and at that stage you wonder just what India could do. Well, Virat Kohli had strong ideas on what he could do, and after, well, if you think about his success and you compare it with poor KL Rahul, who's now faced 14 balls in this series, been out 3 times and scored just the 1 run. Well, Kohli has now had 2 magnificent unbeaten innings and will now take his T20 international innings back over 50, and England will require, if they want victory in a 2-1 lead in this series, 157 when they bat again.
One slip for Wood as he goes into Rahul bowled in! Mark Wood goes in again.
Rohit Sharma's flicked this round to surefire leg, and Jofra Archer takes the catch.
Jofra Archer and Mark Wood have tortured one of the very best 2020 batsmen of all time in Rohit Sharma.
Now Butler is there, and Ishan Kishan has gone. He needed to make the run rate climb slightly. All he did was make the ball climb.
Listen, that is absolute fire.
Oh, it's a bit of a misfield. Now there's a yes-no interlude. There could be a run out. There is. Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant have got themselves in a tangle, and Pant has run himself out.
I'm just looking at his age here, because he's 23. He was running like he's older than my mother.
Well, that was basically club cricket, and that's being rude to club cricket. As Mark Wood is on his way back in,
Shreyas Iyer steps back, carves this into the offside. He's carved it straight to backward point, and he's caught by David Malan.
India are in serious trouble now at 86 for 5 here on TalkSport 2.
Full, straight, quick. Oh, Virat Kohli, lovely shot.
As it's in again, and that's brilliant from Kohli, and that is something very, very special from a very special batsman. What a way to bring up your 50.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable from the goat. He's unbelievable. He's fantastic.
Woods in again. Kohli steps outside off and pulls him over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Well, the final ball then of the Indian innings. Chris Jordan in. Hardik Pandya has just gone for the smash. He's playing tennis again, and a brilliant catch by Jofra Archer.
So that's how you heard it on TalkSport 2. Virat Kohli steering India to 156 for 6 in 20 overs in this, the third T20 against England, live on TalkSport 2 with the Times and Sunday Times. Steve Harmison, before the players come out to take part in that second innings. You know, the problem I've had with T20 over the years is that the format doesn't allow for greatness in the same way that the longer format does. Well, Virat Kohli showed today you don't need to bat for 5 sessions to show you're a great batsman. 3 balls, I think, and that 3 balls against Mark Wood, England's best bowler, well, it deserved a crowd of its own.
It did. It was brilliant. It was just as if to say, right, you've been on a plan for 3.3 overs, and it was the first time we've seen any panic in the England batting unit and bowling unit. They had the plan. They're going to stick to it, hit the pitch hard, and then all of a sudden, when Virat Kohli bats the way he bats, he looked as though he was. I made a joke of Chris Jordan bowling after Wood and Archer, and it looked as though he was bowling 70 mile an hour, bowling on a different surface to Wood and Archer. Well, that was exactly the same with Virat Kohli. He's batting on a different wicket to everybody else that had a blue shirt on, and I still think the 15-20 run short. I look at the power play, and that's where England, if England win the game, England have won the game in the power play, picking the 2 fast lads, taking wickets, 24 for 3 off 6 overs. If you had, normally you're looking at mid-40s in the power play, and I think that could be the difference between winning and losing. They've still got to go and get the runs though.
I tell you what, there was a breathlessness about the commentary team following that innings that indicated the score read 220 for 6. It doesn't, does it? It's 156 for 6, and as you say, the power play is very similar to what we saw in the first T20. 22 for 3 India on that occasion, 24 for 3 the power play at the end of the third T20. Very, very similar, and the bowling lineup's almost exactly the same. The only difference is that Wood bowled 2 overs today as opposed to Rashid doing the same. On that occasion, it was Buttler and Roy who saw England comfortably home, putting on a partnership of 72. Jason Roy top scoring in that match, and he top scored for England in the second match as well. So maybe the similarities will continue. To find out if they do, it is still Steve Harmison, former England international, and of course our very own Guy Swindles.
Thanks very much, John. Yeah, fascinating to see how England go about this chase and how India go about trying to stop them. They've got a voice of experience as well, with Rohit Sharma in the side as well to offer some advice and assistance.
I think actually, I don't think Virat's come out on the field. I think Rohit's, the camera's showing Rohit, because I think actually Rohit's captain at this moment in time.
Well, he's a man who's been pretty successful in that role in IPL over recent years. Be interesting to see who looks as if Bhuvneshwar Kumar is going to bowl the first over. A man of vast experience. He's played 45 of these matches, international T20s. And he's taken 42 wickets at an average of just under 27. Best figures of 5 for 24. And an economy rate, a fraction over 7, which means it's very difficult to get away. Anything around 7 in T20, and you are a very good bowler indeed. Jason Roy, though, will be looking to continue his good work in the first 2 matches. He said he rediscovered his love for the game when he was on Big Bash duty this winter. And he said it was playing in front of the crowds that really lifted him. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes with no crowds at all in today, and whether he can still find the love for the game that England need him to, if they're to set off in pursuit of this 157 and take a 2-1 lead in this series. Bhuvneshwar Kumar now begins to move towards the stumps, bowls right arm over. It's just played out into the offside by Jason Roy. No run.
And a little bit of swing there for Bhuvneshwar Kumar, fantastic exponent of the brand new white ball in and around that off stump. Different challenge to what Archer and Wood, but a similar one when it comes to wicket taking. He challenges the outside edge of the bat. He looks to bring slip into play, the keeper, and slip into play, especially against the right-hander in the first over.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again. Jason Roy is... tries to flick the ball away to leg. There's a strangled appeal for an LBW. I think there was at least an inside edge. I'm not sure it was hitting, but it was a good piece of bowling.
Just as I mentioned, bringing the outside edge and slip into play. Yeah, he's bowled a big in swinger. It was a bit like a leg spinner facing the googly and not picking it. Jason Roy has got no idea this is coming in swinger. He's fallen all over it, and it's hit him on the inside thigh pad. It's hit him hard on the inside thigh pad. 2 balls, 2 bits of good bit of swing.
He's in again, and again it's the big in swinger that Jason Roy this time may have spotted slightly better, but tries to swing it away to leg. He misses it. So this is a terrific start from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. He's moved the ball both ways. He's caused real problems, varied his lengths, and at the moment Jason Roy hasn't been able to attack him at all.
He's asking for Bhuvneshwar Kumar. It's swung big, 2 balls have swung big. Second one didn't swing as much, but he's asking for a man to come from the offside, probably round the backward pointy region, to come into mid-wicket. And I wonder if he's just going to double bluff Jason Roy here, and thinking about the in swinger, Jason Roy falling over and potentially bowling the away swinger, Jason Roy waiting for it.
Let's see what happens. There's another big in swinger, a huge LBW to shout again. I'm not convinced. And at the moment, with Virat Kohli off the field, it's Rohit Sharma who will have to make the decision about whether to review. He's waiting. He hasn't got long left. I don't think they are going to review.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar doesn't. To be fair to Kumar, he knows this is going down. He knows the umpire's not on his side. He knows it's going down, and you could see, I think Rohit Sharma was quite keen for it, but Bhuvaneshwar Kumar knew, deep down how much that swung, and it's kept going, and it probably, with the on-field umpire going against him, it probably would have missed leg stump, and the decision would have gone, and they would have lost their review.
Well, certainly looking where the keeper was going to take it. That's another big in-swinger, but this time Jason Roy does move outside off stump, plays it into the leg side, and he does finally get off the mark on the 5th ball of this innings.
I just wanted to talk about Bhuvi Kumar a little bit. People in the UK may remember when he played brilliantly. I think he had a big test at Lords a couple of years ago. Incredible, skillful bowler. In the IPL power play, he's really struggled to get wickets of recent times, and there's a reason for that. People have stopped playing shots off him because he is so skillful that they have stopped. So his economy rate in the power play in the last 3 years of the IPL is 5.8. So he's averaging 37, but people are basically blocking him out. So guys like Chahar, who's a very, very good player, and Trent Bolt, they've taken a lot more wickets, but they're also going at well over 7 or 8 runs and over. I think it's Pradesh Krishna averages 23 in the power play and goes at over 9 and over. So they're willing to attack those guys, but against Kumar, they just try and keep him out.
Well, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar coming in for the final ball of his first over, and it's played beautifully by Jos Buttler. Immediately plays it out, cover off drive. It's flicked back by the fielder, but they'll trot very happily through for 3. And that has been a wonderful start for Jason Roy to get off the mark, and at least some runs at the end of that first over. 4 for no wicket after the first over. Jos Buttler 3 not out. Jason Roy being given a bit of a work over by Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, 1 not out.
Yeah, good solid start there by Jos Buttler. Obviously out for naught in the second game on Sunday night. He's come down the wicket, tried to smother the swing. See how much in swing for Roy between the second, third, 4th ball, 5th ball, and then we're swinging to Jos Buttler to go on to finish off about Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. His skill level is up there with Jimmy Anderson with the red ball for me. I know Jimmy's got 600 test match wickets, and he's probably the greatest bowler of all time in my opinion with the red ball. But I think when you look at the skill level of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, he's right up there with Jimmy. Swings the ball there from similar wrist position, and very, very difficult to line up. You're trying to predict whether it's going to swing in or whether it's going to swing out from a similar wrist position. He is very, very skillful, and it backs up what Jared's saying. Very difficult to line up and hit through the line of the ball. Big shots off inside the first over and the third over of a power play.
Virat Kohli back on the field, the Indian captain, after missing that first over. The second over will be bowled by Shardul Thakur. This is 20th T20 international. Taken 25 wickets, best of 4 for 27. Economy rate a bit under 9. So he will be the man charged with building on the good work from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in the first over. He's in to Buttler, who plays the ball away from his body into the offside. No run.
Thakur's natural length is that little bit shorter than what Bhuvaneshwar Kumar is. Doesn't swing it as much. Bit like what England try to do. He'll try and hit the pitch a little bit harder, nowhere near as quick as what Wood or Archer is, but he'll probably bowl a similar length and trying to move it off the seam rather than to move it off the straight with the seam up, through the air.
So Shardul Thakur in again, and Buttler cuffs him away into the offside. He doesn't beat the fielder, who does very well, Ishan Kishan, to get round on that deep point boundary to keep that down to just the 2, but Buttler looking in good nick early on in his innings.
Yeah, not much foot movement, a bit of swing there for Thakur, but wide, swing from wide. Free hit really for Jos Buttler to get his hands free. India have started, tried to get the ball to move laterally through the air, as opposed to when England had it. England tried to do it off the pitch.
Thakur in again. Buttler again plays him out into the offside, and another fabulous piece of fielding. This from the returning Virat Kohli, who had an over-off, remember, and is back on now. He has just pulled off a brilliant stop to save his side 4 runs, because that was another very fine hit by Buttler, who's middled everything he's seen so far.
Yeah, Jos will be disappointed there. He'd be kicking himself. He'd be thinking that was a 4 ball. It's width. That's what he's looking for. He gives himself, he's staying leg side of the ball, playing with the swing, letting the ball swing away from him. I'm thinking, right, that was a 4 ball for him. It was a free hit, it was wide, it was short outside off stump. The call's got to get his line right. If he gets his line wrong against Butler, Butler can hit him all around the ground. He's got to cramp him for room. So if he is going to swing it, he has to be disciplined and think, right, I'm going to have to start it on the stumps to take it away from the stumps, as opposed to taking it starting it just outside off stump. And by the time it gets to Joss Butler, it's gone even further away, and Joss likes a little bit of width.
Well, they did trot through for a single, so Shakur now bowling to Jason Roy, who gives him the charge and a flay, but misses the ball by quite some distance. There was an attempt from Rishabh Pant behind the stumps at a run out, which he is increasingly asking the umpire to consider as a possible run out. So now we are going to have a look on the large screen.
Just trying to get a run out back here, isn't he? He's one run out down guy. He's seeing if he can get one here. It's not far away, except for the fact that his bat's been in for about 8 minutes before the ball enters the frame.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can vaguely see why he asked, because Jason Roy was fairly laid back about putting his bat down, and was standing some way outside the crease, but it most certainly is not a run out stroke stumping, and it will be Jason Roy, who remains 1 not out from 6 deliveries, and it will be Shardul Thakur who will be bowling to him. England need another 150 from 110 runs here on TalkSport 2 on 110 balls, as this time it is middled by Jason Roy, but straight to Kohli in the field, and there will be no runs. So just 3 runs off this over so far.
Again, width, a lot of width by the Indian bowlers. Virat Kohli will not be very happy. He'll be telling his bowlers have got to bowl a little bit tighter. Don't mind trying to get it to swing, because that's how they're going to bring slip into play, bring the keeper into play. But they've got to be a little bit more disciplined. They've got to get closer to off stump, because both of these England batsmen like the ball with a bit of width on. They naturally give themselves width. Don't move the feet that well, stay leg side of the ball and look to open up the offside.
Final ball then of the second over, and it comes in and it's down the leg side. Now there's a big shout for LBW. Certainly Roy was trying to flick to leg, and that is really, really close. That's much closer than the one we saw earlier. But now we have the usual debate between Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli. They have reviewed, but these two talking together don't have the best record about choosing what to review and what not to.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma and Bhuvanesh Kumar, 2 very calm characters on the first one. They knew straight away. This one was a little bit closer. This might be umpire's call. It was a bit closer, but for me, natural eye, I thought this is going down leg side.
And remember, it is umpire's call because it's initially been given not out. So even if it is shown to be flicking that leg stump, but Jason Roy did play all around it. There's certainly no bat involved.
Flat line when the ball is next to the bat. Ball tracking, please.
Now we come to the business end of this third umpire decision.
Pitching in line. Impact is in line. Wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Virender on field.
So it was missing leg stump.
You can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal not out.
And India have lost a review.
I mean, it is so noticeable, the difference between Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma came in for that first review in the other over going, I think this is out. Do you think this is out? You're not sure. Do you think this is out? You don't think it's out. Is everyone sure? What does square leg think? And Virat just come in and go, we have to review this, everyone. Yeah, we're going to review this, aren't we? Let's review this. I mean, the difference of personalities there could not have been more stark.
Well, not for the first time. A review about a possible LBW decision has not gone India's way. But at the end of the second over, certainly the England innings is going India's way at the moment, because England have managed to scratch their way to 7 without loss. We're still waiting for the first boundary. Jason Roy has faced 8 balls and has managed to single off those 8 balls so far. Joss Butler has looked rather better, and he has moved to 6 from 4 deliveries. But this has been a testing time for the England openers, as Bhuvanesh Kumar is in again and beats Butler outside the off stump. Minimal foot movement, a swing and a miss.
Yeah, swing and a miss, and again a reactional from Virat Kohli. You know, I don't know what he sees. I'm sure he sees a fourth stump for me. Virat Kohli sees I know he's out of ordinary, extraordinary when he's got a bat in his hand, but he must see that in his eyes that he's got a fourth stump. The stumps are a little bit bigger and the stumps are a little bit wider because, again, his body language going in to make the decision is not one that portrays what he does with the bat.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar in again, and Butler plays this nicely out into the offside, where it eventually is fielded, but not before they trot through for a single. But yeah, it was interesting. They showed a replay of Virat Kohli's face as the decision not out came up, and it looked like a sort of cartoon baddie's face. He was making all sorts of strange and wonderful grimaces. So England have another run. It is 8 without loss. We are on the third over. A lengthy discussion now occurring between bowler and skipper.
It's also worth pointing out, and I think somebody should point out to Virat, that if it's umpire's call and it's gone against you, you still keep the review. But he doesn't even get that one right either. He's constantly missing the stumps, so he doesn't even get to keep his review when he doesn't get it right. So it's a double whammy.
Bhuvneshwar Kumar through to Jason Roy, and Roy is beaten outside the off stump, a ball that was somewhat quicker than most of the deliveries we've seen so far. That really did catch Roy by surprise.
Yeah, that just bounced. It bounced beautifully. Good ball again by Kumar, but fair play to Roy. He's gone hard, but he's gone hard straight. He hasn't chased the ball. He's played down the lane, let the ball do, and he's missed it.
But scratching at the moment, Jason Roy. 1 off 9 deliveries. We know how quickly he can turn things around though, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and that is clubbed by Jason Roy. Back for 4. Just Bhuvneshwar Kumar didn't have a chance to react as the ball came like a bullet back by his toes. Not very pretty, but enormously effective from Jason Roy, and that certainly helped work off a little of the frustration he must have been feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. The frustration in his face just gives himself some room. Probably looking to think, right, if he pitches it up, which is his natural length, Kumar, I can hit him over the top of extra cover. But he's bowled it back of a length. Just tried to be brute force straight back down the ground, and there's no fielders behind the umpire, behind the stumps, behind the umpire and behind the bowler. 4 runs, and that might just ignite Jason Roy into a little bit more of a touch.
Kumar in again, and Roy tries to play the ramp. It doesn't go the right way. He was trying to play it over third man. In the end it goes over fine leg. The result is the same though. It's 4 more runs.
Yeah, he's gone fine leg and third man are both inside the circle, so he's gone to look to head it behind the wicketkeeper. I think he did try and change hit it towards third man, and then again he just went again, so he's gone to go down leg side. He's then seen it's down offside. He's trying to change his hands, but then his hands took over again, gone offside.
In again, and that is just played down in front of himself by Jason Roy. No run. Jared?
I think it got the toe of the bat, so I'm not sure it mattered where he was trying to hit it in the end. Did it? It just went right off the toe of the bat. That's probably the worst place you can hit it as well, because all he really wants to do is get some air, and he's got the toe. That's the place where it could have gone straight up, so he's very lucky to get away from that. What is brilliant to watch is that Bhuvneshwar Kumar comes in and bowls a beautiful length outswinger, and it goes off the toe of the bat off a guy who's squatting outside off stump and not sure which side of the wicket he's trying to hit it to. It's beautiful cricket, guys.
And it just says 4. That's all. That's what the scorebook says.
That's all we'll ever remember.
It says 4. So whether you're Virat Kohli hit it middle of the bat majestically through extra cover, you don't get any more runs if you're trying to hit it on one side and it goes for 4 on the other side. So England will be happy. Decent enough start. 16 off 3 overs. Again, go back to what we said at half time. The power play for me is the difference. 24 for 3 off 6 overs in the power play. India probably 15-20 short at that point, which made them 15-20 short at the end of the 20 overs. And England they've started scratchy, but there's still no wickets down, no damage at all, and they're building a very, very good foundation.
Yeah, India were 8 for 1 at the same point. England are 16 without loss here on TalkSport 2 after 3 overs. The first sign of spin, Yuzvendra Chahal, the leg spinner, will be coming on now. His 49th match. 61 wickets at an average of 25. Dangerous man. I think he's taken a best of 6 for 25, and that was against England. So he's in again, and immediately is met with the broad bat of Jos Buttler and smashed about 20 rows back into the crowd. He must be getting fed up with this, Chahal. Every time he comes on to bowl, an England batsman says, right, it's time to start hitting out, and his first ball invariably goes for 6 in any spell, and it's happened again.
Well, a lot of the batsmen in 2020 cricket do feel that a leg spinner, the minute he throws it just a touch above the eye line, it gives them a chance to run down the wicket and hit it straight. A lot of IPL experience in Jos Buttler, in Indian conditions, fierce in the spinners, and that's exactly what he's done there. Look to put the pressure on the bowler from the very, very first ball. Now, where does Chahal bowl? He's got 2 men outside the circle. He's gone for 6 off the first ball. His captain needs him to take wickets, and the England batsman's got the upper hand.
England 22 without loss. Chahal in again. Buttler is down the wicket to him. Chahal sees that this time and drops it a little bit shorter. But Buttler, who's in pretty good nick, it must be said at the moment, flicks the ball away to mid-on, and they go through for a very easy single, and it certainly came off the middle of Butler's bat, as most things have so far in this innings.
Yeah, good intent by Jos. Comes down the wicket, you don't have to hit it to the boundary. In total control, just pushed it, hit the fielder in the deep, and just said to Jason Roy, over to you.
So now it is Jason Roy who in the first T20 hit Chahal's first ball for 6, who now faces his first delivery from the leg spinner. And he immediately reverse sweeps it straight into the hands of Rohit Sharma at just working out where he was. He was at point, and it's a reverse sweep. Roy has gone. It's been a scratchy innings, 9 from 13 deliveries, and Jason Roy has gone. The score is 23 for 1 and a wicket for Chahal.
Yeah, a little bit of anticlimax there. You're expecting this to be right up Jason Roy's street. Short third man, backward point inside the circle, cover point inside the circle. If he throws it above the eye line, Jason Roy runs down the pitch, can hit him for 6. If he bowls it that little bit fuller, Jason Roy, very comfortable, very accomplished, a reverse sweeper, and he's gone for the reverse sweep. Ball just outside off stump, just sat in a little bit, sat in the surface, and he's managed to help it straight into Rohit Sharma's hands. Dive forward, but didn't have to do too much. Pretty easy catch. TM ending for Jason Roy. England 23 for 1 here on TalkSport 2.
David Malan comes out to bat. You're listening to commentary of the second T20 between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an H. Well, who has the edge in this match at the moment?
Well, I was just going to say, I think Jason Roy will reverse sweep early here. I didn't think he'd reverse sweep first ball and hit it straight to a fielder. But the reason that Jason Roy reverses is he's not particularly good against leg spin, and he doesn't feel comfortable with it. And of recent times, he started playing the reverse. Now, because he's so powerful, he gets them away. And so far, he's been doing well. But if you saw the innings the other night, I think he missed about 4 or 5 of them. I think he might have missed 4 in 1 over, didn't he, in a row. So India know he's going to do it. He knows he's going to do it. And so it's a new way of attacking him. And I still think he'll stick with it, even though it hasn't quite worked on that first ball.
Malan then facing Chahal, and he goes back onto his stumps and just flicks it away in a very orthodox manner to square leg and takes a single.
And to pick up off what Jared's saying, that surprises me he doesn't play better against leg spin, because Jason Roy against seamers looks to open up the offside. He looks as though he's comfortable hitting through the line of the ball on the offside, and you would think against a spinner, a leg spinner that's going to turn the ball away, that would be in his natural arc, but he doesn't feel comfortable driving even with the spin in front of square. If he does drive, he tends to check drive square, or he hits it straight back down the ground.
Chahal in again. Butler's down the wicket again. Butler smashed him for 6 again. Butler is in bionic form at the moment, and that is 2 huge 6s in this over off Chahal. And while Jason Roy might be struggling against leg spin at the moment, Jos Buttler is not. 20 from 9 now.
Yeah, the modern way, the modern player, the modern thought. It doesn't matter what's happening at the other end. I play my game, I'm batting in my way, and this is my innings. Wicket falls 2 balls earlier in the over, in the power play. Jos Buttler's not thinking of anything else but himself and the way he plays, and that's a great shot down the ground.
Chahal again. Oh, and he beats Butler. All ends up with an absolute ripper. Butler going back. They're going to check the stumping, but I don't think Butler was, because he had gone back, I don't think that's really anything to particularly worry about. But what a delivery from Chahal.
Yeah, an absolute beauty. A little bit like KL Rahul earlier against Jofra Archer. You just have to turn and say that was unplayable. I couldn't hit that.
They're just seeing whether Butler was off balance. Happily for Butler, he wasn't. That nice wicket keeping by Rishabh Pant, but it won't be a stumping. And with one ball left of this over, England remain 30 for 1.
We don't have Matty Pryor here, of course, and Mac is not on mic at the moment, so we can't talk to our backup wicketkeeper. That's the sort of situation when a batter over balances a little bit there, where MS Dhoni wouldn't have taken the bails off. He would have waited a second just to see what the batter was doing, and Pant is he's so energetic. He says, "Oh, I've got to take the bails off." Whereas I think just in that particular case, if he waited a little bit longer, it didn't matter because I don't think he did lift his foot. But that's what you're waiting for in that situation, the pickpocket.
I think if he had waited a little bit longer, I think he would have fell over just before Jos Buttler because they were both off balance. I just think that's the way Rishabh Pant keeps. If he's not going to take the bails off when he does, he's got no chance a little split second later because he's normally either got roller skates on or he's gone flat on his face.
Well, England, that was the final ball of the over, 30 for 1 after 4 overs, chasing 157, so they need another 127 for 16, and that is wide from Thakur, and it will be called a wide. Malan just remarks his mark and watches the ball sail wide. England add another run, and they'll have another ball. 31 for 1.
And a great last over for Jos Buttler. Good intent, even though there was a wicket lost. Leg spin bowler comes on. Talk about matchups. 2 players outside the ring on the leg side. Jos Butler's not even thinking that. He's thinking if he throws it above the eye line, I'm going downtown. And he did. He delivered. He hit the first one about 15 rows back. The second one 10 rows back. And the impetus and the momentum, the push that it gives inside the power play is huge for England.
Shardul Thakur in again, and Malan just is tucked up a little but plays the ball down in front of him. England require 126 runs in 95 balls. That's a required run rate of a fraction under 8 and over. Gettable, particularly with Butler in this mood, but still tough. We saw only one man in the Indian innings really come to terms with the conditions, and that was Virat Kohli, one of the greatest of all time. Can Butler play a similar innings for his side and get them there or thereabouts? Malan, of course, is the number 1 rated batsman in international T20 at the moment. But this a step up possibly from other opposition that he has faced in the last year or so. It'll be interesting to see how he copes in India with that exalted position. And it will be Thakur in again to Malan, and Malan plays a very nice shot away from his body, just runs the ball down to third man, and they drop through for a simple single.
Yeah, Malan, number 1 ranked batsman in the world, but I don't think India will be too bothered about David Malan. They'll be trying to get Jos Buttler out in this 6 overs. If they do not get Jos Buttler out early, England win the game. Jos Buttler bats for 14, 15 overs, England win the game. It is as simple as that. Doesn't happen if Malan does that, so I would imagine India will be so much, and can't wait to see what Virat Kohli does after this over. Comes into the last over of the power play. Does he go with somebody more conservative, or does he try and risk a little bit to get Buttler out? Potentially the off spinner, or potentially the leg spinner that Buttler might hit for 10, 12, 14 just to take it away from them, or does he try and get a wicket? It's huge decision for the Indian captain here.
Well, Thakur now into Butler, and Butler just flicks it round the corner brilliantly for 4. I think the ball was probably middle and leg rather than on leg stump, but Butler just took a teeny step to middle and off, flicked it very fine, and it's 4 more, and he seems to be seeing the ball like a football at the moment.
Yeah, Thakur struggling left and right hand combination. Bowling wide outside off stump for David Malan to bring it a little bit closer. He's also bowling cross seam. 2 or 3 2 or 3 balls in his spell so far, Thakur, cross seam, which means he's either thinks there's something in the pitch or he's not backing his wrist to hold seam up to have any control whatsoever.
Butler's strike rate currently over the 200 mark as Shakul is in again, and again it's hooked away on this occasion. There's a misfield by Ishan Kishan. It was a tough piece of fielding, and Butler has 4 more. And at the moment, Jos Buttler is on fire. 28 from just 12 deliveries, 2 4s, 2 6s, and a scoring rate of 233.33.
And you know what, Guy? I think it's the latter. I think Jos Buttler's picked up on this because he's gone hard there for that ball. I think he's picked up on the fact that he's bowling cross seam into the pitch because he can't control the white ball and it's swinging too much. Thakur's first over, he swung it big, and now he's bowling cross seam into the pitch, and I think Butler's picked up on this, and I think he's trying to use that for to his advantage, looking to hit the ball square of the wicket.
Shardul Thakur then into Butler again, and Butler this time plays it out into the covers. Hardik Pandya fields, there will be no run. He was middled yet again though by Butler. Milan is 2 not out. England are 40 for 1 still.
He looks in good touch, doesn't he? I'll put the mockers on Jos Buttler, but he looks comfortable. Standing, got top of the bounce there, middle of the bat, giving himself a little bit of room naturally, like I mentioned before. Butler naturally gives himself room. So Thakur's got to go from off stump onto middle stump as opposed to off stump just outside the natural line. Because if he is outside or on off stump, gives width, Butler's width. When Butler's got width, he is so destructive.
Well, the final ball now coming up from Shardul Thakur in this 5th over. Jos Buttler, smashed it miles up in the air. Now does it carry? Yes it does! For the first time he didn't truly middle it, but it doesn't matter when Butler gets hold of it like that. It's 6 more. Thakur can't believe his luck. Butler moves to 34 from just 14 deliveries in this 3rd T20 here on TalkSport 2. Milan is at the moment 2 not out from 3 deliveries, and after a word from Steve Harmison to enjoy Jason Butler, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, another one banged into the pitch by Thakur, cross seamer. Ball's just sat in. It didn't quite come off as much as it was what Jos Buttler thought it was. He had to wait, he had to fetch it. But because he's so strong and so powerful, he's managed to get enough on it to go for 6. And when you look at, said in the middle there, 20 runs short. In England 46 for 1 with 1 over left in the power play. India 24 for 3 inside the power play. And the way Jos Buttler's going, if they don't get him out in this over or the next over, could be just that bit too far for India, too much for India to come back from, because Butler looks in sublime touch.
Chahal to start the new over to the left-handed Milan. Milan is allowing this to spin back into him. He'll turn it on the leg side and take a single. Milan therefore goes to 3. England 47 for 1. Incredibly, this is actually Jos Buttler's highest score against India in India. His previous best was only 33 not out, and this is his 9th game. 91 runs at just under 23 was his record before today. He's a lot better than that, we all know that.
That is a stat, that, isn't it? Back of that.
I suppose he's been down the order for a few of the games, so he wouldn't have been coming in at the top, and so slightly we're comparing apples with oranges a little bit, but it's still remarkable. Right, Butler is now playing the reverse, so he's played this left-handed from Chahal, and he's effectively played it left-handed through square leg, clean as a whistle for 4. England's 50 is up, 51 for 1, 2 balls into the 6th, and Jos Buttler has 38 of those from just 15 balls.
That's a fantastic shot. Utter disdain from Jos Buttler. Turned around as if he was left-handed and smoked it in front of square. He's got every portion of that. Fielder Ishan Kishan's got no chance, and he has smoked that Macca. Fantastic shot, 38 from 15.
India have got 5 in the leg side ring, and the offside ring, and they can't do anything about it. There's only 1 on the leg side as a result, as Butler turns this through mid-wicket, and Washington Sundar can't do anything about it. So it is a single, 52 for 1.
It's just the options that England have. Owen Morgan have Chris Silverwood. With all these openers, I mean, we know how destructive he is. He now, he opens for his franchise in IPL, Butler. And when he's got the juice like this, Macca, he's so dangerous, so dangerous.
We might be seeing one of those Jos Buttler specials. We've already had a Virat Kohli special today. David Malan is deep in his crease. This one takes him on the pad and there's no run. Virat Kohli earlier on today posted an absolutely sensational knock. The first time since 2016 he's got back-to-back 50s in T20 cricket. That was in the World Cup of 2016, Virat Kohli then. Chahal is in, clipped on the onside to wide long on by David Malan. He will take a single and the score goes up by 1, 53 for 1. One ball left of the 6th over, so the fielding restrictions can be relaxed after this next delivery, but England are way ahead of the game. After 6 overs, India were 24 for 3. England 53 for 1. Chahal comes in, Buttler bends at the knees, it's a short ball, it's whacked into the leg side all along the floor by Jos Buttler, and it's away for 4. Shreyas Iyer was quite wide at mid-wicket, so Buttler helps himself to 4 more and the total continues to rise. 57 for 1 are England at the end of the power play period. 6 overs gone and Jos Buttler just continues to roll and roll and roll. He goes to 43 from 17 balls. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, that was a pie. Long hop by Chahal, and you know, the form that Jos is in, he's not going to miss out on that. Pounced on it and smoked it in front of the square, deep square leg. As you said, the fielder far too straight to do anything about that, and he's just marching on. You know, 43 of not so many balls, 14 balls is it or so. He definitely looked from early on that he had the juice. He looked like he's up for this tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's also helped Milan. So Milan's strike rate in the power play has been 108 over the last 3 years. The only person with a slower strike rate in the power play is Joe Root, who's no longer in the side for England. And it's been a big problem for them that Milan's been taking up, when he goes in at first drop, he's been taking up a lot of dot balls.
Hardik Pandya is going to bowl. Right arm over the wicket is seam up. It's driven through cover to the fielder sweeping out on the offside. Milan takes a single, 58 for 1.
Today he's 4 off 6. It doesn't matter.
It's perfect for a minute.
Yeah,
it's
it doesn't
perfect.
matter.
I just knock it around, eat up a few balls because Butler's going nuts at the other end. Perfect scenario for him.
Definitely. And I think going forward, when they lose a wicket in the first 3 or 4 overs, if he continues to be number 3, and I'm not sure he will, but if he does, I think they'll start using pinch hitters and other guys up because they want to take... England just like smashing the ball when the power play's there, which is fair enough.
Well, Jos Buttler spoke recently about hitting sixes, saying that England have realised that they didn't hit enough in comparison, say, with the West Indies who lead the way. Hardik Pandya is in, slower ball, actually grips on the surface, takes the inside portion of Jos Buttler's bat out to the fielder on the square leg boundary, and there is a single, 59 for 1. Buttler goes to 44, and he said, look, we've realised that you can actually have 2 or 3 balls where you can sort of block it around, but you know you're going to make it up later on. You have a look for a couple and then bang bang 2 shots and you're actually back ahead of the game.
I reckon it was probably 2016 when the West Indies just started blocking balls in the middle of T20 games because they were like, that's not a ball I can hit for 6, I'm going to block it and wait for a ball I can hit for 6, and it's a very, very clever tactic.
98 needed from 82 for England. David Malan gets a short ball from Hardik Pandya. He pulls. It will go down to Chahal on the fine leg boundary. They'll only take 1 on this occasion, so Milan goes to 6. England 60 for 1.
I'm massively interested to see how Hardik bowls here. Massive fan of his. Obviously, he's been off for a while, not bowling. Looked off it in the first game, so I'm interested to see how because he's so important for India. If he's able to bowl sort of 3, even 4 overs for India, makes a massive difference for Kohli in India.
It's an empty stadium. You can sort of hear the noise ringing around. Unfortunately, 67,500 people for games 1 and 2. For those will be the only spectators. Closed shop for the rest of the way. Jos Buttler moves across his stumps on this occasion. Plays this out to square leg. Takes a single. Score goes up by 1. 61 for 1, the target. 157 at the start of the innings. That was 7.85 and over. Well, England are currently going at over 9 and over. So they've got that covered, and Jos Buttler is closing in on another 50. He's 45 not out from only 19 balls faced. Jos Buttler has 10 50s in T20 internationals. His best is 77 not out. He's watching Hardik Pandya come in and bowl to David Malan, a very short ball. Slower, was it a slow ball bouncer? It certainly looped up, and now it's given us a wide, as I think there was more than enough looking at the umpires from the batsman to say, are you sure that wasn't above the height? And a wide is called. Extra ball to be bowled, 62 for 1.
Tudes, there was a little bit of talk that perhaps after Butler's 2 failures he shouldn't be opening the batting. Should we just check the social media, see if that's still going on, or
who was saying that, fella? Was that ex-players saying that?
I don't think it was any ex-players.
No,
fair.
Yeah.
Milan waits as Hardik goes in. It's another cutter, and Milan is just pushing into the offside. And Ishan Kishan will field. Single taken, 63 for 1. 1 ball left of the 7th over here on TalkSport 2.
They've come like football fans, haven't they? Because of social media, because of Twitter. So if you have a run of bad form, I had a little look when KL Royal got out, and the Indian fans hammering him. I'm like, hang on a minute, this guy is unbelievable. It happens in T20. There's a period of time where you could go 4-5 low scores, and then he bangs 100.
Final ball of the over is Hardik Pandya bowling to Jos Buttler. Buttler goes across his stumps, pushes into the onside. KL Rahul's coming in from the long on boundary. They take 1, and that's all they will take, because Jos Buttler takes a single to be 46 and keep the bowling. So after 7 overs, England 64 for 1. It's commentary of the third T20 between India and England on TalkSport 2 with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team. Lizzie Hammond is joined by the former England captains Mike Atherton and Sir Alistair Cook in the Times.
So Milan is in his 21st or 22nd England game, off the top of my head. Premier League, 38 games. NBA, 82 games. Baseball's 162, isn't it? 160 games?
162, yeah.
162. And Milan, it's taken him almost 5 years to get his 22 games in. You realise that the fluctuations that you have, like, you know I'm a Denver Nuggets fan, man. First 5 games of the year, they were absolutely terrible. Now they've got an MVP candidate and they're storming home. You don't get that in T20 cricket because we don't play enough of it. So you do get those you get the same fluctuations, but you don't get the fans going, oh, that's fine. It's okay he's missed out a couple of times here. It's, panic, get KL Roll out. Is there someone better? There's a reason they picked him.
Washington Sundar is going to come on and replace Chahal. So off spinner to Jos Buttler, who's 46 not out from 20. Sundar is in. It's a ball that wasn't quite short enough to Buttler to really go into the leg side with. He's worked it on the leg side on this occasion. It's a single. The throw back into the keeper has actually hit the stumps, but there's no overthrow. So 65 for 1. So England need 92 from 77 balls. With 9 wickets standing, that's walk in the park territory. Virat Kohli needs to come up with something, or needs his bowlers to find a little piece of magic. Because as it stands, England are very much in the pound seats. They can have every one of the 115, 120,000 seats in the stadium at the moment. Right, with Sundar on, they're actually going to put a slip in place for David Malan. And they look like they're going to try and put some pressure on the newer man to the crease before he gets going. Sundar's going to bowl around the wicket to Malan. And he drives up to long off. KL Rahul will field for a single. 67 for 1. Interestingly, David Malan is one of those players that he will have a few balls to get going. But once he gets past 20 balls, he's almost scoring at 2 a ball. But he's got to get to that stage.
That's quite a lot of balls in T20 to get to. But you're right, he starts very slow and then he catches up.
Sundar to Buttler. Hurries onto him from short of a length. It was quicker. It was over 102 kilometres an hour. So that's about 64 miles an hour for an off spinner. So that was put through at a decent pace. He doesn't want Jos Buttler getting underneath that and being able to smack it to all parts. Buttler is going to lean back, hammer this into the onside. It will roll up to KL Rahul at long on for a single. Buttler goes to 48. It's 67 for 1.
So I invented this concept a couple of years ago of strike rate off the first 5 balls to see if batsmen start quick or start slow. Milan used to have a strike rate of 111 of his first 5 balls, and from this period where he's been picked for England to now, I think it's gone down to about 91. So he is purposely going slower so they can bat for longer and so he can catch up. And the thing is, it's a very good idea to make more runs. It doesn't fit particularly well in this England team where everyone else is like, no, we're just going to smack them.
Washington Sundar in. Milan pushes to a backward point. Chahal can't prevent the single being taken. Milan goes to 9 from 11, and England go to 68 for 1.
But what it allows for Milan is that he doesn't have a spot in his game where he fails as much. He doesn't have many KL Rahul periods because he's usually gets himself in and he takes his time. So it means that his average is always going to be higher than another T20 batsman, but it also means that the guy at the other end has to be smashing them.
Final ball of the 8th over then. Buttler is on strike. He's just walked away. Now he settles back in, and Washington Sundar is on his way. Right arm over the wicket. It was almost like a seam-up delivery, that one. It was slightly short of a length. Jos Buttler tried to hammer it into the offside, and maybe because he tried to hammer it, he didn't have much timing on that one. There's no run. 8 overs complete. 68 for 1 are England. It means they need 89 from 72 balls to beat England in this 3rd T20 international. It's every 2 days at the moment, so after today, Thursday and Saturday to complete this, and of course every ball of these matches and then the 3 50-over games that follow are exclusively live here on TalkSport 2.
And sometimes harsh decisions have to be made. You're thinking, is that, would that type of performance win you a World Cup? Steve was talking on commentary about maybe Ben Stokes coming up to 3. It might be harsh when you've got the T20 #1 player in the world possibly not playing in the World Cup T20 team. Because you just think, what's best for the team? Is he the best player for the side? But he keeps getting runs. So
I just think Stokes at 3, Moeen at 6, and
that's what I was thinking.
Curran at 7 is just a better lineup.
Hardik Pandya to bowl the 9th over. It's into the thigh pad of David Malan. He's worked it around the corner. Shreyas Iyer will field at square leg. Single taken, 69 for 1. Buttler back on strike, 48 not out.
It's also worth saying that the ICC rankings are just not very good. He's not the best T20 player in the world. That's not having a go at him. His form for England's been incredible, but he's not. And Babar Azam was the #1 ranked player for 2 years before then, and had a strike rate of about 128. Like it's a flawed system, and he has played brilliantly for England.
Yes.
But I just think there are better lineups for them. But you're right, it's a hard thing to drop. If they drop him and then no one starts making runs, it's even worse.
You've got to get some stick. But that's when you get paid those people to make them hard decisions.
Ed Smith gets paid.
Hey?
I thought he was a volunteer position.
Jos Buttler, 48 not out. Hardik Pandya is in. It's hammered into the offside by Jos Buttler, but it will go out to Shreyas Iyer, who's on the cover sweep. It is just a single. It was aerial for a while, but there was no man inside the circle there as Jos Buttler was leaning back, hammering into the offside. 70 for 1. Buttler goes to 49.
Mate, that role must be paid. What's wrong with you?
It must be. It'd be decent, wouldn't it?
Otherwise, he'd be writing some more books on. Let me tell you.
Well, yeah, the only way it's not paid is if he's got a book deal waiting for when he leaves the job.
Waiting.
No, it's a very well-paid position. But yeah, look, I mean, that is what you're there for. They made a big call with Dom Bess in the Test series. So they have done things like that of recent times.
David Malan is waiting for Hardik Pandya to come in and bowl. He's bowling right arm over. Malan is cramped up. There's nothing really he can do with that, and he ends up just hitting it back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. We're halfway through the 9th over. 157 the target. England 70 for 1.
I'm just thinking, if England are, there's going to be the odd occasion where they might be chasing 200 plus, and I'm just thinking, as you said, and we were thinking, with maybe if Stokes goes to 3, then Moeen comes in, Tom Curran's then able to come in, you've got depth and you just got more power for me.
They've got 3 bowling options in your top 7 as well. There's a lot there to that team.
Hardik Pandya goes in. It's a slower ball bouncer that's dug in. It's worked around the corner by David Malan for a single. 71 for 1.
I would argue too that Moeen Ali is a better number 5 or 6 than Ben Stokes. He's more suited to that role, the way he bats. And also, he's a better player than Sam Curran in that if you need him, he could probably bat it open or bat it 3 if you ever needed that to happen as well.
Listen, Macca was with us when we was in Durban when Mo came out and smoked that 30-odd in about 12 balls or so. He played
crazy,
it was some serious batting. Now you say he's able to do that.
Jos Buttler, 49 not out. Hardik Pandya goes in. Buttler gives himself some room, gets a ball that he can pull away into the leg side, and he'll get a single as Ishan Kishan fields at deep square leg. And Jos Buttler has his 11th 50 in T20 international cricket. He gets there from 26 balls. 72 for 1 are England. And Jos Buttler has hit 4 4s and 3 6s. But as he will know, it's only job half done. England 72 for 1.
Yeah, quality 50 there by Buttler, one of England's X-Factor players. Phenomenal player, 360 around the ground, destructive. And it was well compiled 50 runs. But as you rightly said, Mackie, he'll need to go on, sort of make that 80, 90.
Hardik Pandya for the final time this over. Makes his way in, past the umpire, right arm over, it's a short ball, it's a bouncer, it's a quick one, and David Malan has played an incredible shot. He's gone the pull, he was way too late on it, it loops up, flies straight back over the wicket-keeper's head, dead straight, wicket to wicket, and goes for 6. It's 78 for 1, and Hardik Pandya walks off chuckling away for himself because he knows he's done. David Malan all ends up there. David Malan is a quarter of the way through that shot. At best, it hits the stickers at the top of the bat, and it's cleared the boundary by a metre.
That's where the game's a joke, Macca. You know, he's outfoxed him, outdone him there, done him for pace, rushed him. It's a top edge, and it's gone for 6.
And
that's ridiculous.
Not just that, that's not their big nasty fast bowler either.
No,
this is their 5th choice bowler. This is their Paul Collingwood, man.
No, come on now. Hardik,
he's not
I know what you mean,
bowler.
but like Hardik, when he's fit, he's a good bowler.
No.
He takes wickets. But he's quicker than you think.
He's quicker than you think, but think of Ian Harvey 20 years ago, bowling a bouncer. He isn't going for 6 off the splice, is he? You know, it's leaping over or Jack Russell's up at the stumps probably at that point. I'm just saying the game has changed so much, not just for the batters, but also for the bowlers, and you know, everyone's pumped, man.
Yeah, very true.
Washington Sundar, the off spinner, right arm over to Jos Buttler, turning it around the corner. They will take 1, and they only ever had 1 in their mind on that occasion. So Buttler goes to 51, 79 for 1 England, and we're in the 10th over, so we'll be at the halfway mark at the end of this one. The 6 has been officially measured at 57 metres.
Come on, that's no boundary at no stages. I mean, come on, 57. My son can hit that. 6.
With 0 control and 0 idea of where it was going. Ah, well, there you go.
Talking about Milan or choose the sun?
Let's not go there. Sundar is now going to come around the wicket to David Malan. David Malan's taken that off round about middle stump and just pushed it out quietly into the cover region. Takes a single. He goes to 18. England 80 for 1.
Do you want a fun fact about Sundar? He's an off spinner, obviously, so you expect him to be better against left-handers than right-handers. But he actually averages 24 against right-handers and 30 against left-handers. So he's one of the few off-spinning specialists against right-hand batsmen in the world. That's why he's had such a good IPL career because he's been so good against right-handers.
You say off spinner, I say spinner in a hurry.
Buttler shapes to go leg side, doesn't, turns it on the leg side through mid-wicket. There's a fielder having to come an awful long way off the boundary there, and Shreyas Iyer has done well because it will only be a single. 81 for 1. It means England needs 76 from 63 balls from here on in.
Remember there was a Zimbabwean player, I think he might have been their captain, I want to say Prosper Utseya, and he was an off spinner and he got done for throwing. And they went through the system and they said, well, you can't, your off spin is illegal and your deucer is illegal. And apparently someone along the line said, well, so he could just bowl slow. Is that all he's allowed to do now?
Sundar around the wicket. Malan's coming down the pitch and is stumped. Missed it by a long way, and Pant had the bails off in a flash, and England's second wicket goes down. Washington Sundar gets David Malan. England 81 for 2.
Yeah, he's tried, chanced his arm, come down the wicket, missed it, it's got nowhere near it. It's not like it was a big turning off spinner, just got a bit of bounce. Just some sort of extra bounce, not massive turn, he's just missed it. And Pant behind the stumps, he's been great all series, during the test series, during this one-day series, was never going to miss that. Easily done. And David Malan is walking back, 81 for 2 on TalkSport 2.
18 from 17 balls for David Malan. Johnny Bairstow will come out to meet him. 26 not out in the first game, 20 in the second game. So yet to make a massive contribution. Of course, he couldn't make any more contribution than he made in the first game because England reached their target with Bairstow 26 not out, and he was looking in good touch. Today would be a good time to continue where he's going. Now, Virat Kohli's got the troops in. He is having a really quite animated and impassioned chat, because I think Alex Tudor, this conversation is, right lads, one brings two and all of that, we need a couple more here.
It's the first time he's ever done a passion chat.
Well, yeah, fair point.
Yeah, there was a lot of meaning in there, wasn't there, for Virat, and obviously get his troops in. Look, that was a big wicket. Get him in, as you rightly say, Macca. One brings two. Bairstow, let's try and get him under pressure. Keep Buttler off strike as long as we can, so he can get frustrated and maybe do something rash. And let's just see if we can take this game deep.
Well, I'm just looking around the field they're going to set for Bairstow. There's not going to be a slip. There's going to be a short fine leg, short third man, extra cover inside the circle on the offside. Sundar just wants that third man a little bit finer. Now, where else are they setting up? Slightly surprised they haven't put a slip in for Bairstow for at least one delivery, just for the new man. And he's turned an absolute mile, that Sundar. It's pitched well outside of off stump. It takes Johnny Bairstow on the pads, goes down to short fine leg, and they take a leg by. Where did that come from? 82 for 2.
It's hit a stone. It's hit something, some debris or something. I've been going on saying he doesn't turn it much. But that ragged Macca, absolutely ragged, hit him on his 5 pad. They got a quick single. That might keep him interested.
Wow. Well, we've seen a couple of balls go big. I remember one in the first over, Adil Rashid bowled in the day, got one to go pretty big. That was a googly. Washington Sundar for the final ball of the 10th over. Jos Buttler is deep in the crease, pushes out onto the offside. Buttler will take a single that takes him to 53. England are 83 for 2, so they're over halfway there. The target is 157 to go 2-1 up in the series. Some more thoughts from Alex Tudor, and Guy Swindles will take over the ball by ball.
Well, while Butler's there, England will feel quite reassured. He's batting very nicely, 53 off 29 balls respectively. Johnny Bairstow just walking to the wicket has faced one ball. Time for him to get in and bed himself in, obviously with Joss going so well, and obviously with Morgan, Stokes, Curran, Archer. I mean, listen, we go down to number 10, even Woody's able to put a bit of long blade on it also. So England bat deep, but hopefully they won't be needed. As you say, if Buttler bats for another 4 or 5 overs, this game is done.
Hardik Pandya it is who will start the 11th over. In, and Buttler just waits and hits it up to mid-off, and they go through for a very comfortable single, but he's just seeing the ball so well at the moment, Jos Buttler. This is 11th international T20 half century, and the third quickest of those 11. And he really was racing along to start with. This is Johnny Bairstow's 49th match. He needs 22 more runs for 1,000 in international T20 career, which would be a decent milestone to pass, as they just show a replay of the turn Washington Sundar is finding out there, which will be something of a concern, but at the moment it is the medium fast of Hardik Pandya that they're having to deal with, and Bairstow has a good look around. You can see a ring of 6 fielders keeping an eye on possible singles. But there are plenty of gaps if he can find them. Pandya in, but that's sharp, short, and over the top of Rishabh Pant for 4 byes. Possibly 4 wides, but certainly 4 byes.
It was quick. It was quick from Pandya. As I said, he can surprise you, a little bit slipperier than you think. 139 clicks. It was like tennis ball bounce. It was short, but it wasn't a short. That extra bounce, extra spring. Pant behind the stumps. He's not the tallest. He had no chance. Sprung like a salmon. Tried to stop it. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that it wasn't a wide, but anyway, England won't mind too much. They picked up 4 byes, and they take their score on to 88 for 2. As Hardik Pandya is it again, and that is sharper. It's on the body of Johnny Bairstow, and he just flicks the ball away down to fine leg, and they trot through for a simple single. Jos Buttler will be facing. Buttler really has batted beautifully from the word go today. Came out full of intent. First couple he hit beautifully straight at fielders, but once he began to climb in, particularly to the leg spin of Yadav, it was one-way traffic essentially. So it will be Buttler facing again, and Buttler plays this away to point. Don't think there'll be a run. There isn't a run. Nicely bowled.
Important for the Indian team this, with Hardik Pandya back bowling again. I mean, the ball previous 142 kilometres an hour. He is a slippery customer when he's fit. Very good all-rounder. For me, he's up there if he's able to bowl enough overs. Very, very exciting cricketer.
68 required of 56 balls. In again, that was a slowish full toss on leg stump that Buttler had plenty of time to play away, and they just trot through very easily for a couple. Probably be slightly disappointed he missed out on a boundary, but at least keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
It's like it was round arm, that slower ball there. Normally Hardik keeps his arm quite high. With that one slightly slower, I don't know if it was a knuckle ball or he just kept it the ball deep in his palm. But it came out really slow, 111 Ks.
Hardik Pandya in for the final ball of the over, tucks Buttler up a bit, but he pushes it just backward of point, and they go through for a single. Decent over that by Hardik Pandya, but England are still bowling along very nicely at more than 8 and over. The required run rate is just over 7. They need 65 of 54 balls, and Buttler's 56 of 32 deliveries the mainstay of that, as we're joined by Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's been very good by England. Milan didn't really seem to get out of second gear. He wasn't probably using his experience, just turning the strike over to Buttler. Butler's carried on the way he did in the power play, 57 of 33. Huge couple of overs for India. If India stand any chance of winning this 2020 and the third 2020, stop England from going 2-1 up in the series, they've got to get Jos Buttler out. So the captain, Virat Kohli, might just have to take a risk, and saying that he's turning to his leg spinner.
So Chahal comes on. Now Buttler was fairly brutal with Chahal earlier on. Interesting, at this stage of proceedings, England are 92 for 2, India was 62 for 3, and that's immediately reverse swept by Buttler as he greets Chahal with a 4, and Buttler is in just sublime form. He's playing shots all around the wicket. The only similarity between all of them is they're coming off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, the middle of the bat, and he played that one left-handed. Showed his hand very, very early there. Jos Buttler turned round in the crease, changed his hands, and the two fielders at sort of 45 and a backward point. It was a beautiful shot at sort of backward point. It's pierced the field. An excellent shot. Gives this bowler something to think about.
Chahal in again, and that's on or around the leg stump. Bairstow following up. Had to do a little bit of scurrying to get back in his ground, as Rishabh Pant whizzed out from behind the stumps through to Chahal, who dived and stopped the ball. but Bairstow avoided a run out, but he had got nearly half the way down.
Yeah, he was looking to just a pinch a single there. I think Josh Butler's lining Chahal up here.
Chahal gets a really good delivery there, and Butler was so frustrated with himself for missing the sweep shot that he was a bit slow setting off for the leg bye that they eventually did run through for. Bairstow was quite right to call him through for it, but Butler was very cross with himself indeed for missing out on that.
Yeah, you felt as though that was the ball. It pitched outside leg stump. He's played the reverse sweep to try and get Charles to bowl that little bit shorter so he can either go right back depth of the crease to try and pull him off his length, or, like he did there, look for the sweep, look for the hard conventional sweep. Two men out in the deep. He's got one at the sort of deep mid-wicket boundary and one just on square on the leg side. Josh Butler, because he's gone hard early playing the reverse sweep, looking to Chahal to bowl a bit shorter to try and hit that hard flat sweep between the two men on the in the deep on the leg side.
Chahal in again then to Bairstow this time, who takes a big lunge forward on the front foot. The ball squirts out, and this will be a very good two if they get back, which they do. And Virat Kohli screaming at his fielders because that really should have only been one.
I don't know why, but I was really focused on the fact that they were both jogging next to the ball quite slowly, both thinking, oh, they won't take two here. It was Bairstow from the moment he hit that went, do you know what, I don't think we're far away. And you can see Rishabh, they both kind of run away from it. It's terrible fielding. Very rarely do I say that Virat's right to be angry with everyone. In that case, Guy, he is right to be angry with everyone.
Yes, there is a certain amount of glaring going on in the general direction of the now slightly guilty looking fielders as Chahal comes in, bowls it on leg stump. It is thumped away on the sweep shot by Bairstow, but to the fielder out on the boundary, and this time it will just be one. Everyone concentrating, but it brings up England's 100 in the 12th over. England 100 for 2.
And it just tells you, Guy, where the teams are at this moment in time. India are looking, shoulders slumped, heads down, waiting for the inevitable, wanting something happen, hoping that something will happen rather than somebody taking the game by the scruff of the neck and making it happen.
Chahal in again to Butler, who goes back this time rather than trying to play the sweep shot, and again they sprint through for 2 very well taken runs. And I have to say, although Bairstow's only scored 4 off 5 balls, he's really got the impetus going since he's come out. He's really head down, he's pushed for quick singles, he's looked to turn ones into twos, and England have turned their score into 102 for 2 now after 12 overs. They require another 55 from 48 balls, and the run rate has now come down below 7 here on TalkSport 2.
And the story of the other side, India, shoulders slumped, head down. The story of the other side is they're looking to be positive. They're looking to try and pinch an extra run. Twice that happened there. And when you talk about Bairstow, we've probably got 2 of England's quickest runners between the wickets at the crease now. Bairstow and Butler. They turn quickly. They're probably not the fastest runners in the team, but their turn is so sharp. They're in and out, bang, no hesitation. They've worked with each other long enough now that as soon as they tap and go, Jared mentioned there before, Rishi Pant just running alongside the ball. Bairstow had one thing in his mind. He was running to the other end, he was turning, and he was running straight back. And that's a sign of positive intent, positive mentality. And they're not looking to hit the ball out the ground, but they're looking to be positive on the movement and in running. And that is showing, and you can just see India are just slowly but surely getting, their heads are getting further and further down.
Well, a bit of a throw of the dice here because Bhuvneshwar Kumar has come in, and a huge shout for LBW first ball, but it did look as if Bairstow had got a long way down the wicket and might have even been outside the line, but it was a very good piece of bowling by Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and you can see why he's been brought on. It's just, let's just try and slow the run rate for an over or so and just see whether we can put some pressure back on England.
Yeah, it's also, we need a wicket, and that was, it was a straight ball, just a touch high.
In again, and this time it's punched on the back foot past the fielder at short mid-on to the mid-on fielder running in, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, short. It was a little bit short, and it was just a touch high. But the sign of a bowler with experience and calm in nature. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, the first over, LBW shout. Virat's not on the field, and it was given not out because straight away the bowler Bhuvaneshwar Kumar said, no, that's done too much, it's not out. There, Virat Kohli ran in, middle of the wicket, looked at his bowler, and his bowler just shook his head and said, nah, captain, that's not out.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar in again, and that's punched on the back foot by Buttler with such power. Should get through for 2. Shariah's out on the boundary ropes. Puts a good throw in, but the placement and the power of Buttler such that they do get through for 2 very comfortably indeed. 105 for 2.
England giving India a run around here. Moving the field was where they want them. The angles are all wrong for India. They're trying to protect the boundary for the big shots. Jos Buttler and Johnny Bairstow, they're not playing the big shots, they're playing the run around shots. They're trying to just angle, use the pace of the ball and angle into the deep.
In again, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and that is punched away on the leg side for a single, and Buttler moves on to 66 now.
So the guy out at point, he's in front of square looking for the hard shot, the big flat back shot, or the back foot punch, and they're looking for the boundary where Jos Buttler and Johnny Bairstow, they're just using the pace on the ball. They know they don't need the big boundaries, so they're looking just to angle the bat, looking into the gap and saying, right, we can run 2 if we can get an extra run here, an extra run there, 7, 8 runs and over, just keeping the ball ticking over, make India do something they don't want to do, and then all of a sudden 1 big over or 2 boundaries and we'll finish this game comfortably.
2 more deliveries in this Bhuvaneshwar Kumar over. He's in, and Buttler forces him away on the leg side. Washington Sundar is in at mid-on, and there'll just be a single. So it's been certainly a good over for keeping the run rate a little under control from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, but not the breakthrough perhaps his skipper was hoping for.
No, his captain wants wickets. He doesn't need a tight over, he needs wickets. I think Virat Kohli to be quite happily off an 8 or a 10, 12 off the over. If he could get Jos Buttler out, or maybe he's 2 wickets in and over. That's what his captain needs right at this minute.
Well, the final ball of Kumar's over. It's played out by Buttler into a very sharp single it turned out to be. He played it into the leg side, and no, I think Bairstow wanted him to come through for the single, and Buttler said no. And welcome to Talk Sport listeners, as Steve Harmison has a reflect back with England 107 for 2.
Yeah, Johnny's trying to get a head start here. He's not leaving the crease before the ball's bowled. He's trying to get a head start. I actually think Johnny might be in a bit of trouble here. I'm not sure if it's his groin or there's something he's not happy with here. It was a good shot at the stumps by Rohit Sharma. Johnny's just trying to pinch a yard because of mentioned how good between the wickets Bairstow and Buttler have. They're getting a drink.
And I think Johnny Bairstow's having some treatment on the hand. I think he was hit by the ball as it was thrown in at the stumps. It hit Bairstow as he slid his bat back in to the crease, and that is what is having some remedial work done by the England physio at the moment. So the match situation: we have had 13 of the 20 overs for England. They're 107 for 2. They require another 50 runs from 42 deliveries, and they're being racing along to their victory target by Jos Buttler, who has been imperious since he came out to open alongside Jason Roy. He's 66 not out from just 40 deliveries, 5 4s and 3 6s. And Johnny Bairstow, who has now had the treatment and he's putting his gloves back on, is 6 from 8 balls. But these two at the moment are keeping England up with the required run rate, which is fractionally over 7 and over. Earlier it was Virat Kohli who got India up to a total of 156 for 6, but England have been very professional in their response, and the spinner Washington Sundar is now on, and he will bowl the 13th over of this England innings. Steve, where England's tactics just keep ticking over at the moment?
England are in a comfortable position. There's no real need. If they're taking a risk, it's a calculated one. England are looking very, very, very comfortable. Not really got out of second gear since the power play. They know they've got the comfort of one big over. If they need to just play out an over of good bowling, they can do. A little bit there, respect for Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, but I think Jos Buttler can really finish this game whenever he wants. That's the position he's in at this moment in time.
Washington Sundar, a man who's difficult to get away for a spinner. Under 7 and over he has gone for in his T20 international career, but that is a single off the first ball, powered away by Bairstow for a single.
And again, sloppy fielding, middle misfield in there, or fumble in the deep, throw in, which was like 3 or 4 bounces. Rishi Pant's got to take it in the middle of the wicket. It's just India look as though they're a team that look as though they're already beaten.
Washington Sundar in again. Buttler goes back, comes off the bottom side of the bat, underside of the bat, and squirts out behind the batsman on the leg side, but they go through for a single, and just the timing going probably for the first time in his innings.
Yeah, just skipped on by Sundar. It's difficult. Sundar bowls a beautiful off spinner that turn, which has got a little bit more loop, which he just throws above the eye line, but the one that goes flat doesn't really turn that much, tends to get the seam most upright, and that one there just skips off the surface and it hurries the batsman.
In again then Washington Sundar. And Bairstow gets down on one knee and plays an excellent sweep shot. This should go all the way. And it does go all the way, courtesy of the fielder, who was a bit unlucky. He took a brilliant slide, Shardul, but as he stopped the ball, he went into the boundary ropes, and Bairstow has his first boundary as he moves to 11 from 10 balls, and England move to 113 for 2.
And Johnny's front foot there, it looked as though he was potentially going to advance down the surface, down the wicket, but he was looking to get the sweep shot, and he was looking to get out early, show his hand, and Washington Sundar just dropped it short. And like you say, it was unlucky by the fielder. He managed to stop the ball, but he dived into the rope at the same time.
In again, and Bairstow's down the wicket. Sundar sees him coming, but Bairstow still plays it comfortably out into the onside, and they trot through for a single, and the scoreboard ticks over to 114 for 2.
Again, good batting by Bairstow. He's got his boundary. Just ticked it into the leg side for one. Nice and comfortable, just rotating the strike, getting Buttler back on strike. Somebody who is in touch, he's in.
Certainly is. He's played beautifully as Sundar comes in to Buttler. Buttler had stepped outside leg stump and looked to create some space. Good bowling by Washington Sundar, saw him and then fired it in at his feet, and they may have been able to go through for a single after a bit of a misfield, but in the end decided discretion was the better part of valour and stayed where they were, no run.
Yeah, the old don't run on a misfield have gone here on a Saturday afternoon in Clubland. Don't run on a misfield. India ran on a misfield, and look what happened to Rishi Pant.
Well, the final ball of this 14th over from Washington Sundar. Right arm over, and is smashed back over his head by Buttler, who has timed this magnificently. That must be 15 rows back into the stand, and England, after 14 overs, are now 120 for 2. They require another 37 runs off just 6 overs, and England in a wonderful position on 120 for 2.
Joss Butler's been waiting probably about 6 or 7 balls for that. He's just had an inside edge, outside edge, missed the sweep, little bit scratchy for the last 6 or 7 balls. Probably saying to himself, he just got to throw this one ball above the eye line, and I'm going to hit him out the ground. I need something just to kick-start the next part of my innings. And boy, did he get that. Timed it absolutely perfect. Doesn't need to get to the pitch of the ball when you've got a hand-eye coordination the way Joss Buttler has. Not much foot movement. Sundar chucks it up. Buttler looks to hit him for 6, and he duly obliged. Magnificent shot there by the England opening batsman.
Yeah, decent over you were feeling, but suddenly there's 13 from it. England racing on again. Poor old Chahal has chucked the ball again. He's usually been greeted by a visit into the stands whenever his first ball has been bowled in a spell. Let's see if he can avoid it on this occasion. His 3 overs have gone for 34 so far. He has taken a wicket, but expensive.
You could just sense something was happening there with Joss. He's probably scratched around for 6 or 7 balls. He's running around as opposed to trying to be powerful and hit it. Probably just waiting on that one spark. If it lands in this area, I'm going to hit it straight.
There's Chahal into Bairstow. Bairstow sweeps strongly to deep square leg, where the fielder does the work, and there will only be the one run. But Bairstow, you feel, is beginning just to crank up a bit at the moment.
Yeah, he looks as though he's starting to hit the middle of the bat. And we talk, Guy, about the 3 games that we've seen so far. England, what have they been missing at the 2 games? 1-1 in the series so far, missing somebody to get to 40 and then kick on. And this is what England needed. One of their top order to go on and make a game-winning score. Looks like Jos Buttler's duly obliged this afternoon.
Jos Buttler 73 not out from just 43 deliveries in this England total of 121 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. Chahal is in. It's a reverse sweep by Buttler. I think Chahal saw what he was up to early and fired it outside off stump that had suddenly become leg stump. In the end, they did manage to flick it round the corner. Washington Sundar stopped it, but not superbly. And they go through for a single, 122 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good shot there by Bairstow, but well bowled. Seen it early. Again, both batsmen, the tender, when they've gone to the sweep, they've gone early. They've showed the bowler that they're going to the sweep and then adjusted.
Chahal in again, and that's a attempted reverse sweep from Bairstow. But the ball rips past his off stump without him actually managing to lay bat on ball. And that will be a dot ball. England require 35 from 33 balls to win this and take a 2-1 lead in the series. Chahal in again to Bairstow. Bairstow goes for the more conventional sweep, the lap sweep this time. Doesn't look for power, looks for placement, gets the ball away, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, well played, Johnny Bairstow. He's seen 45 has gone out from the leg side. You know, the man at short fine leg, 45 has gone more towards mid wicket. He hasn't got a man there, so he can get down early on one knee and just help it round the corner. You know, good batting, well played, because Johnny will be thinking, right, if I do that a couple of times, he can move mid wicket back to 45, and then I can go back on the hard sweep.
Chahal in again, wide-ish, but Buttler fetches it and manages to punch it out into the offside. Bairstow is off quickly again for another couple. They run through for 2. England take their score now to 125 for 2. Sorry, there is one more ball left of this Chahal over. And Buttler will face it on 76 not out. So at the moment, England well on course for victory and a 2-1 lead in this series. So much depends on Buttler staying, and Chahal sees a chance, I think, go down. That was Buttler, it was reverse swept, and I think Virat Kohli has dropped him, and he's trotted through for 2. It was certainly very close to him. I guess Virat Kohli's going to have to shout at himself a lot now.
Get a mirror out there so he can glare at himself. I mean, that was hit very, very hard by Buttler, wasn't it? But it was absolutely just to his right. He saw it early on, so he had a good look at it. He actually got too close to it, I think, Harmy, if anything there. He will not be happy with himself. He will give himself a big dressing down.
Yeah, he's spot on. He actually dived into it. By the time he got into it, it was too close, and he couldn't get his hands in front of his hips. He's dived when he didn't need to dive, didn't let the ball come to him. Everything you'd teach a young kid not to do when it comes to trying to catch a ball, but it's one that an international cricketer, no matter who you are, Virat Kohli, or even a big fast bowler, you'd expect to take that. And again, I think it just sums India up, to be fair. In the last 15-20 minutes, they've really looked a little bit raggy, and that sums them up, dropping the catch.
Well, you're listening to commentary of the second T20 between England and England on TalkSport 2. India and England with the Times and the Sunday Times cricket team writing with an edge and seeing you through to the conclusion of this one. It's Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, Guy. England need 30 from 30. Jos Buttler is at the non-strikers end now, so Johnny Bairstow will swing hard at Washington Sundar. It's taken on the pad, rolls out on the offside, and there's no run. That dropped catch enabled the batsman to take runs and take Jos Buttler to his highest score in T20 international cricket. He is now 78 not out. And Virat Kohli was filthy with himself. The chewing gum came out and got booted about 30 yards. Bairstow deep in his crease to Sundar on this occasion, hammering it into the onside. Shreyas Iyer is at deep mid-wicket, and it's just a single. 128 for 2, so it's 29 needed from 28 deliveries.
Yeah, it was a catch of a captain trying to work out, how can I change this game? How can I affect the game? What bowling change can I have? Can I bring somebody else inside the circle to try and put pressure? And in the end of the day, when the ball came to him, he just forgot to catch the ball.
Sundar in. Butler deep in the crease, pushes wide of Chahal at third man, so it's going to have to be Rohit Sharma coming off the point boundary, and England take another single. They're happy enough with singles at the moment. Butler goes to 79 and 28 needed from 27 deliveries is the equation. England winning the toss earlier on, putting India in. They posted 156 for 6 thanks to Virat Kohli's 77 from just 46 balls. He was the mainstay. In reply, England are making it comfortably. Bairstow is facing and punches too long on for a comfortable single, and the batsmen amble their way down. Bairstow goes to 16 from 17. England 130 for 2 and brings Jos Buttler back on strike. 79 from 47 balls. 27 runs needed, 21 for Jos Buttler for 100. Just saying. Sundar in. Butler is hammering this into the onside, fielded by Virat Kohli at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Jason Roy made 9 before being caught by Rohit Sharma off the bowling of Chahal, and then David Malan stumped by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Washington Sundar for 18. The 2 men to go. 81 for 2 England at that point. They're now 130 for 2. Butler turns this delivery onto the leg side through square leg. They take 1. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, though, can't prevent 2 taken. This is all too easy from England's point of view. We're not complaining, but I can think of a man wearing number 18 in a bright blue shirt out in the middle at the moment who is not enjoying this. Virat Kohli is properly stomping around because he can see India going 2-1 down with 2 to play, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just last 15, 20 minutes, India have looked the beaten side, culminating in Virat Kohli's catch. And something you mentioned there, Mac, and a lot has been mentioned about this series so far. In the toss, I don't think the toss has had any effect on this match. I think it's been talked about pure skill factor. England's bowlers have won England the match in that power play. Don't think it had anything to do with the surface. I think it was the surface is exactly the same for both sides here. I think England's bowlers have put the ball in the right area, tried to take wickets in that power play, and that's the difference between England winning this and losing. Yes, Jos Buttler's got 81 and he's played a match-winning innings to get England over the line here, because I think England win comfortably. But the whole game was set up by that power play explosion by England's attacking bowlers, and I chuck Adil Rashid in that as well, not just the 2 fast lads. England looked to take wickets in that first 6, and that's the difference for me between the winning and losing the game.
Shardul Thakur is back in, and he's going to start his 3rd over. 0 for 19 so far. He goes in. Bairstow swings hard into the leg side, gets an outside edge that lands a couple of feet short of the rope at third man, and it turns into a 1 bounce 4. It's one of those days for India at the moment, and it goes away for 4. England 136 for 2 is 21 needed from 23 balls. Alex Tudor, this is, well, it's a great day if you're England at the moment.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm glad that Harmy picked it up. Talking, because sometimes bowlers go under the radar. 2020, it's all about a batsman. Those 6 overs by Wood and Archer, first on, has won this game for England here tonight.
21 from 23 needed. Bairstow swings high at this one. This is flown up into the air at third man. Should be a man underneath it, but Chahal doesn't lay a glove on it. It goes to ground. It was high. It was swirling a bit, but Chahal, I'm not even going to say he's dropped it. He hasn't got close to it, and well, that pretty much sums up India at the moment. England 138 for 2, 19 needed off 22 now.
Well, Tudes, what do you tell the school kids when they're at school, when they get practicing the hits, the range hitting? If you're going to swing hard. And boy, did Bairstow swing hard there. He wasn't looking at the ball. Big double swish at the end of it, and he's managed to get a thick outside edge, which hasn't quite carried down to third man, and Chahal got fingertips to it, but it would have been a fantastic catch because he covered a lot of ground to get there.
Thakur is in. It's a slower ball bouncer. Bairstow helps it around the corner through square leg. Will be just a single. It takes Bairstow to 23. England 139 for 2. Need 18 from 21.
Yeah, it was a good attempt But it's just one of those nights, isn't it, where nothing's sort of going for them in the field. As you said, the game's going away from them, from Butler here now and Bairstow. And it's just a matter of time now.
What have India got left in the tank? They need to find a wicket from somewhere, and that's really been the difference. When Archer and Wood were bowling, you felt a wicket could come at any ball. You've not felt like that at any stage really in this England innings. Thakur is in. Butler hits hard into the ground, but with no real timing. It dribbles to Virat Kohli and they'll take a single. 140 for 2, 17 needed off of 20.
And that's why you got to play to your strengths. And I think England's strength, whether you've got Archer and Wood in the side, is that you've got pace and abundance, and they have to play. If obviously if Woody's fit, he has to play. I don't think there's a question. When you've got someone that can unsettle batsmen with the way they're moving around the crease and stuff with 90+ mile rockets, he has to play.
In goes Thakur. It's Johnny Bairstow hitting into the offside. Virat Kohli picks up, spins and throws at the non-strikers end in one movement. There is no run and there's no overthrow either. England remain 140 for 2 with one ball left of the 17th.
But you've also chosen with that pace, you've got to give them the time to bowl. The best time to bowl was with a brand new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, without doubt. And I think actually I quite like with either Adil bowling that first over, and then as you say, Archer obviously is going to bowl the second over and then get Woody on. I think I like that. Two bowlers bowling. And the thing what they do, they don't give you much width. With Archer bowling close to the wicket, high action, high pace, batsmen have to take it upon themselves to make a judgment, right, am I stepping inside or am I going to show my stumps and try and flay them? And he can follow you. And Woody's the same, bowl slightly wider of the crease and it's coming in at you. And if he, if his wrist is quite right, he can get the ball just to hold up and go straight at high pace.
Right, India have taken ages to set the field. So Johnny Bairstow's gone for a walk. He said, I'm not going to let you put me off. Now he walks back in and takes his stance. For the final ball of this 17th over, Thakur bowls a slower ball that he's actually run his fingers across and it's gripped on the seam. It comes back into Johnny Bairstow, hits to point and will take a single. So Bairstow goes to 24. He'll keep the bowling. It's 141 for 2. Bairstow, by the way, has now reached 1,000 in T20 internationals, joining Owen Morgan, Alex Hales, Jos Buttler and Kevin Peterson as having reached 1,000 for England. Jared Kimber.
Since we're doing random stats, Virat Kohli has dropped 8 catches in T20s since the start. T20 international since the start of 2019, most in the world.
Wow. Okay.
So what are you saying?
Not saying anything. I would never say it to him.
Stick him on the boundary.
Even if I was working for him, I would just lose that stat.
I think one thing you can pick up off that is it tells you how much is going through the captain's mind in the field. We should talk about the pressure of what it is to captain a T20 side. Having your matchups is one thing, but you've got to change on instinct. And when things aren't going well, bang.
Listen, I'm a massive, one of my favourite cricketers of all time, but I just think in that as well, where he needs that intensity in his game for his batting, sometimes a detriment with him in the field. And I think, as you say, Harmy, I think sometimes the catching, it might be someone who's misfielded it, then it comes to him and he's so angst.
100%.
That goes past.
16 from 18 for England as Bhuvi Kumar starts a new over. Bairstow's pushing to mid-on. KL Rahul is out at long on, so can't prevent a very easy 2 for England. Bairstow goes to 26. It's 143 for 2, with therefore 14 needed from the 17 balls remaining. India have got to come up with something to at least make England think. I mean, look, England still have Morgan, Stokes.
Keep going, Macca. Keep going.
Exactly. They're not exactly going to be overly worried, but they've got to at least, in India, at least make England think, oh, hang on a minute. And at the moment, that's not happening. England have silenced the crowd, if nothing else. Sorry. Bhuvi Kumar in. Bairstow goes on a ramp and has got it fine, and has got it away for 4, and it's a good job he has got it away for 4, because he got in a tangle, fell over, so if it had gone to the fielder he wouldn't have been able to run a single, but he's gone for 4, and England now need just 10 to win this game. It's 147 for 2.
This is a ridiculous shot. He's nearly fallen over when he's hit this. He's gone early, showed the bowler what he's going to do, and he's just kept going, and it was like, you know, he's more or less on one knee as he's fallen over to the offside, and he just helped around the corner. Fantastic shot by Johnny Bairstow, and it shows he's keeping his eyes on the ball, because if he's not watching the ball all the way in there, he doesn't hit that.
Kumar is in again. Bairstow has punched to long on. KL Rahul will field. 148 for 2. It is 9 needed from 15 balls for England.
And that was that knuckle ball that he bowls extremely well, and Johnny's gone down, seen it quite early, and I don't know. I'm so glad that I don't play anymore, and up here, and I'm able to, you know, commentate on it and stuff, because I can't imagine, Harmy, if lads like yourself, me, Goffey, if lads are doing that to us.
Can you imagine Goffey if somebody got on one knee trying to sweep him?
Oh, man, that would be a sight to see, I tell you. Forget about the faces, or, you know, if you see him, I think it was against Australia, wasn't it, in a one-day series, or even a test match? Shane Watson.
Bhuvi Kumar in, Jos Buttler waiting, and just plays nicely out on the offside for a comfortable single.
A great one. When I remember when Andrew Flintoff first came back playing for Lancashire, and he played in the 2020 final, and he had to play for the second team just to get some overs in. And I remember speaking to him after his first game. He played at Leicester, and I said to him, "How did you find it?" He said, "How did I find it?" He said, "How did I find it?" 2005 Ashes winner, runs in, the bowler Yorker at the death. I've got this 17-year-old go on one knee and swept me for 4 over the top of fine leg. So what's the game come to? And honestly, he's nearly crashed a car telling me that this 17-year-old kid has swept Andrew Flintoff for 4. Yeah. I says I'd have retired before then.
Bhuvi Kumar is in once again. Bairstow hitting hard into the leg side, but with no real timing. It's just a single that takes England to 150. They are 150 for 2. And there's 1 ball left of the 18th over, and it's 7 needed from 13, and England will be going 2-1 up. Freddie's new looks taken social media by storm, hasn't it?
It's a bit different, isn't it, Shoots?
It's not how I remember it.
It's a bit Brian Potter from Phoenix Knights. Bhuvi Kumar is in. Jos Buttler is hitting it back to the bowler, and there's no run to finish the over. 18 overs gone, so 12 balls remaining. 7 runs to win for England. They're 150 for 2. Jos Buttler 83 not out. The man on strike for the first ball of the next one will be Johnny Bairstow, who's got 32 from 26.
Jude, what do you think England could have chased here? I look, my opinion out of this is I think England have really sort of just fallen over the line nice and easy and comfortably. They could have gone 2 gears if need be. I'm trying to work out what a good score on this sort of surface would be. Could England have chased 190, 185, 190?
I think so, Harmy. I think so. I mean, if you sort of, obviously that innings by Milan, I mean, we've got Stokesy to come in, Curran, Archer, Jordan, Rush. You know, these guys can all hit boundaries. So I think, you know, 180, 190 could have been challenged, as you rightly said at the beginning. You know, you felt halfway through that India most probably about 22 too light. They could have been more with the way Butler's come out and batted. You know, 30, maybe 40 more runs were needed. But as you said, that importance of that spell, we keep going on about it because we're ex-fast bowlers, and it's so exciting to see in a 2020 game when everyone wants to see Crash Van Wallop. Well, those guys bowling extremely fast but with high skill has won England this game.
Shardul Thakur to start the 19th, gets walloped into the leg side, and will go away for 4. Johnny Bairstow gets England within 1 shot of winning this game. They go to 154 for 2, and Bairstow to 36 as he cracks that through mid-wicket.
Yeah, quite simply for Johnny. Johnny's before the ball's bowled. I'm hitting the ball over the top of mid-wicket, and I'm not bothered where you pitch it. And he slapped it straight over the top of mid-wicket. Come over to my side. 1 boundary to go, and it would not surprise me the way Johnny Bairstow is, the mindset he's in, if he doesn't try and finish it in this ball.
I think this might be a knuckleball, the way that Stokes put this into his hand. It's a slower ball. This bowled as a bouncer. It's been hammered down to third man, and it will bounce once, twice, and roll into the advertising hoarding. And Johnny Bairstow pumps his fist because England have won. They have gone 2-1 up in the series. They win by 8 wickets with 10 balls to spare. And Virat Kohli wanders over to the England batsman to shake hands, but not before the fact he's had a little shake of his head in disappointment, because England have absolutely dominated this. They won the toss, which is probably a key factor in all of this, but they then delivered a performance as India were restricted to 156 for 6. Virat Kohli front and centre in that. He made 77 of those from only 46 balls. Mark Wood with 3 wickets. Jofra Archer went wicketless, but both of them bowled absolutely rapidly. Chris Jordan weighed in with 2 as well. But in reply, 157 at just under 7.9 and over was what they were set England. Well, they've done it at an absolute canter. The England scorecard, Jason Roy made 9 from 13 deliveries before he was caught by Rohit Sharma. And off the bowling of Chahal, that was for 9. David Malan was stumped by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Sundar for 18 from 17 deliveries. Roy wicket was 23 for 1. Malan's was 81 for 2. But Jos Buttler and Johnny Bairstow see it through. Jos Buttler finishing 83 not out from 52 balls faced. That is his highest score in T20 international cricket. 5 fours and 4 sixes for Jos Buttler. Johnny Bairstow 40 not out from 28 balls faced. The bowling figures as Bhuvi Kumar finished 4 overs, 0 for 27. Shardul Thakur, 3 overs and 2 deliveries, 0 for 36. Yuzvendra Chahal, 1 for 41 from 4. Hardik Pandya, 3 overs, 0 for 22. Washington Sundar, the other wicket taker, 1 for 26 from his 4 overs.